Poaching is a critical issue affecting the health and sustainability of Oregon's fish and wildlife populations. The impact of wildlife crime is devastating. Nearly 5,000 wild animals were poached in Oregon last year. Future generations deserve to experience Oregon's fish and wildlife. Protect Oregon's wildlife. Turn in poachers. Visit protectoregonswildlife.com. Poaching is a critical
Poaching hurts Oregon's fish and wildlife populations. Poaching can take many forms, including illegally killing fish and wildlife, taking fish or wildlife out of season, or using someone else's license or tags. Do your part by reporting wildlife crime. Dial star OSP to report poaching, or call 1-800-452-7888. We can all help protect Oregon's fish and wildlife populations by turning in poachers. What makes a good tip? Description of activity or violation, date, time, and location of activity, vehicle description, suspect description, and type of wildlife involved. Do your part by turning in poachers. If you suspect poaching, visit protectoregonswildlife.com. Dial star OSP on your mobile device or call 1-800-452-7888. Any tip helps and can be anonymous.
Thank you, Michelle. Good morning, everyone. I think we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you all for being here in person, and to all the people who may be online listening to this. I'd also like to take just a moment to thank people who put together a tour for us yesterday in the city of Milwaukee. We had people from the North Clackamas Watershed Council, Neil Schulman, his staff, Amy, and the project director, whose name was also Amy, from American Rivers. And we also had the city of Milwaukee staff there, Tessie Prentice, and one other person who I have to admit, their name slipped my mind. But it was a great tour, and one that really pulled a lot of factors together, what it takes to not only remove an old dam, but do all of the work to make it into a natural resource restoration area in the middle of a town. So it was a great tour. And thanks also to our staff, Steve Niemela and his staff, for putting that together. It was actually one that made pieces fall together. And of course, Craig Smith and our own Commissioner King talked about environmental justice and how that frames our issues, or how our issues frame it, as the case may be. But it was a great tour and much appreciated by us. It's one of the highlights to being on this commission, to get these tours. So thank you. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'd like to call our Friday, February 16th commission meeting to order. And I live in Langlois on the South Coast, and I'll ask the other commissioners to introduce themselves. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Good morning, Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I ranch near Brothers.
Morning, Mark Labhart, and I live in Sisters.
Good morning, Bob Spellbrink, Siletz, Oregon.
Good morning, Dr. Leslie King, Portland, Greater Portland metro area.
And I would also mention that Commissioner Khalil will attempt from a great distance to be online for a couple parts of the meeting, if we can make that happen. So we may hear from her as well. So Director Melcher, will you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. I'm Kurt Melcher. I'm the Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and also thanks to the staff yesterday that organized the tour for us.
Michelle.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Tate. I'm here to help provide support to the director and the commission to have this meeting hybrid. There are a couple of points that I want to point out today. We're in this very lovely room, which I appreciate Hillsborough for having this facility for us to use. We do want to keep the doors closed. Yesterday when we were testing the room and the acoustics here, if we have the doors open, we are going to get nothing but feedback. Secondly, the microphones are on loan to us, and they're a little different than what we're used to. If we're not picking up in the room, I want to ask you please to move that microphone closer to you. They're designed to be 2 inches away, which I'm sorry that it's like eating an ice cream cone, but that's what we have to work with today. Online, the folks that are online with us today, if I can ask you to please keep your camera and your microphones muted until the chair calls upon you. I thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Michelle. I would like to mention that we did have an executive session on the agenda. But I'd also like to let you know that we'll have at least one executive session. One of them will be after lunch pursuant to, and I'm going to read this right into the record, ORS 190.6602A, to consider the employment of a public officer or employee. And we will have the after lunch one. We may do part of executive session earlier in the day. So with that, I'd like to turn to Director Melcher for the director's report.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall and commissioners. We have a number of items on the director's report today, including our standing items. We did deliver the field reports to you in written format, so we're happy to answer any questions you might have on those. We do have an expenditure report, and I'll have Deputy Director Shannon Hearn come on up to provide the expenditure report.
Good morning, Director Melcher, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, and Commissioners. Shannon Hearn, Deputy Director for Administration. Yeah, thank you for the note on how close to stay to the mic, because we were all wondering back there looking at this. I'll do my best. Let me know if I need to move forward or back. So in your packet, you do have the expenditure report. I point you to that packet because there's some graphics and information I'll be referring to. Overall, for this 23-25 biennium, the agency remains on track for biennial spending. At the close of December 31st, the agency had $58.4 million in unrestricted cash and $62.1 in restricted funding that is dedicated to specific programs. Total ending balance, therefore, totals to $120.5 million. That's a $5.5 million decrease from the prior month. And the reason I put the graph in there is we're starting to build this discussion around preparing for the 25-27 budget. And if I refer to the graph, it's this ending balance graph right here. The reason we're starting to lay this foundation is you hear about this ending balance each month in the expenditure report, and it is split purposely into unrestricted and dedicated fund type there. You're going to stop seeing the dedicated fund type on this graph as we're talking about 25-27 budget. That money is not actually cash reserves that we can depend on as operating reserves if we get into a financial crisis. Certainly, if we were in a crisis, you would use that money to pay your employees and other things, but you would need to pay it back. In that dedicated balance are things like Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund, private forest accord, our dedicated auction tags that go to those specific big game species when they're sold. So it's not a cash reserve that we can really rely on. Most of that is statutorily required to be spent in a certain way. So when you look at the unrestricted cash balance, you go back to the years that Director Meltzer will talk about that we were down into $2 in the account. You can see that on the chart. We have grown that over time intentionally. So we have 3 months operating reserves is what we are targeting. So when we look at ending balance and building out the next, this is grouped together, but it's really this amount of operating reserves that we need to start pulling out for this discussion. I just wanted to highlight that for you and the public as well, because that'd be a critical point as we move into 25-27 budget development. So the other graph that you have in your packet is this timeline for budget development. I did mention I would do my best to look at what the governor's office was laying out, where we're required to meet state budget building exercises. There's deadlines of when we have to turn in reduction exercises, program prioritization. We freeze positions. Finance packages have to be in and completed. So all of those deadlines against the time that we have to work on a 25-27 budget development with our stakeholders and interested public. It is a different timeline than you've seen in the past. I had mentioned I'm going to start using the expenditure report opportunity to bring in some of these products you want to see, like program prioritization, and the reduction list, rather than doing that later in the process. So starting in March, you'll see more products like that. The first public meeting, one of two, first one in March, you can see set there. We'll start talking about revenue and cash reserves and where we're at as an agency. At that point, I do anticipate having policy option packages approved by the governor's office and back where I can highlight it. I think that's the earliest it will be. I'm not certain I will have it for you by March 15th. We'll have an early meeting. We'll use the discussions with the public. We'll continue to develop a draft 25-27 budget and highlighting more of these materials, the discussions, the bills and things that we want to run, the POPs, et cetera, that we would put into an agency request budget. Then we'll bring that public summary back to you guys again for your June approval meeting. Overall, the main question that I've been getting from the public on this timeline is how is it going to work with our usual external budget advisory committee and then our town hall sessions with the public, and we've basically grouped them together. I mean, we know as an agency we have very interested parties in this discussion. We have not had a lot of success in recruiting for both of those meetings. About half of the external budget advisory folks would turn up and very few at the town hall. A lot of them were similar stakeholders we would see during the external. So we're going to try combining them together. That helps with this abbreviated approval timeline, and we'll see how that works. And No update on the audit. I cut it out. I'll give you one in March. And that concludes the expenditure report. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Questions, commissioners?
Thank you, Shannon. A couple, the POPs and the concepts, whenever those are ready enough that they can come to the commissioners, if you could get those to us so we can start looking at them early, that would be terrific if we could get those sent to us. And the other question I have, and this may come up later when we talk about the ORCAs, is if there were a position needed for any additional work, is it too late to cut to the chase? Is it too late to think about a POP for that kind of thing?
Chair, well, I did hear your first comment. I can do that as soon as it's approved. And then a clarifying question, are you talking in the 2024 session or as part of the 2025-27 budget bill?
Going forward.
Okay, going forward.
Yeah.
It is not too late to have those conversations, but the governor's office has been pretty clear that they want to approve that POP list, which is be the mechanism for doing that. But they have also said they wanted to see our comprehensive list because they plan to have conversations too, and to leave it on the table to discuss other things that they did not approve later in the process. But by the time we get to GRB, we're definitely that door has closed. Yeah.
And so just to ask it a little bit different, we will have the chance though to discuss what's on the POP list before final approval by the governor so that we can at least have input, correct?
Chair Wall, you will have the ability to ask questions, understand what's there. I believe you'll still have the ability to prioritize the list and emphasize what you do see, what you don't see. But to make changes to it, I don't think you'll have that opportunity.
Okay.
But I also want to say, I know the governor's office wants to have conversations with its boards and commissions on this. So there's an expected opportunity for you there. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Anything else, Commissioner Lavahart?
So you answered my question on the EBAC, but just a logistical question. So will the EBAC and the public meeting be held together on March 21st? Okay, and then the other meeting. So a joint meeting. Okay, thank you.
Joint one. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Chair Wall, just a couple additional notes on the graph, the graph, the ending balance graph. If you have your packet, it's the very first graphic. So, and this is the truncated version. If we extended this back another decade, which many versions do show, you know, for the first 10 years on this, or every month in the first 10 years in this, we would have probably averaged about $2 million cash after expenses. And as Shannon noted, there were months where it looked like we went to zero. We never hit zero. We had $2.69 1 month after payroll. With an operating budget of 13 million plus per month, that is a terrible, terrible place to be. And so as we engaged almost a decade ago to try and solve our cash flow issues and improve our financial footing, we've had this very nice trajectory for 8 or 9 years, whatever it is, improvement. But it's not going to go on like that forever. So, and we're starting to see perhaps a little bit of that tipping where, you know, we build cash and then we expend cash in the out years before we have another fee increase. And so the real question going forward is going to be how far are we tipping now and when do we pursue the next fee increase? It will have been 10 years at least since our last fee bill in the legislature, but those are things that we'll be looking at here, or you all will be looking at here in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's an important reminder, especially for those of us who have been, and I think this includes everybody who's been on the commission, when the agency has been in what must only seem like great news to other directors looking at and other agencies looking at their budgets. So it's easy to think that it's always been that way. So it's a useful reminder to start thinking about what we need to do to stay in this kind of shape. Thank you.
And I just add, oh, sorry.
No, please add.
Oh, I would just add, and I know you all have heard me say this before, but the the real benefit of being in a solid financial position, of course, one of the benefits is the executive team isn't, tearing their hair out at the end of the month, holding the accounts payable to make sure we make payroll, all those things. But the real benefit is that when we go over to the state capitol, we don't have to talk about our finances. We don't have to answer questions about why we have no money. We get to talk about the issues that are of real importance to us, the conservation issues, not financial issues. So
Good point.
thanks.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you, Shannon. As you know, I'm on the budget committee, so I'll be part, can you guys hear me okay? Does this need to be closer? Sorry. Is that better? Okay. Thank you, Shannon. And as you know, I'm on the budget committee, so we'll be part of these things coming up in March and May. The last page, your last graph, this one. I always like to make sure we note for the record what is in the total other funds, because that's the biggest number.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, that is the pot where license revenue goes in. But anything, simplifying it, anything other than federal fund that doesn't go through another state agency is put in there as well. So private donations go into that as well. The money we get from OWEB to do projects. If a state agency contracts us, PFA and OCRF grant programs that come from the state are in that bucket. It's a pretty broad bucket. And I have asked our budget and economics program to take the charts that show these stacked and break that down as to what is into other funds. So it's more clear what's in that bucket.
Okay.
For the next round.
And also, so licensing and fees are in there. And so what percentage of our budget, because that's the other thing that would be helpful is the percentages. Because we got, I remember one of the testimonies, I think it was last month, it's all a blur, but they were saying like 80% comes from, it was just an incorrect number and it was just an incorrect percentage, but I think it would, and I know that, but I think it would be helpful to have that and clarify so that we can say like, we can always refute, because the other thing I hear all the time is, oh, so much of your money comes from general fund, and you can see it's actually a small fraction. So, I mean, I think that clarifying that would be really helpful in terms of our outreach and what we're hearing from people.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, that's a good point. I can definitely do that. And it does depend on how you calculate it, so we can clarify how we're calculating to get that percentage to. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. That takes us to our standing item, adapting to climate and ocean change. And we've got Dr. Colbert and Dr. Clements. I think, yeah, there he is. This month.
Good morning. So we wanted to really just spend a little bit of time with you this morning to kind of take stock of the conversations that we've had to date in terms of our climate policy implementation work, and hopefully set a course for some areas we think we'd like to really drill down on with you over the year. I invited Sean to join me because not only was he really kind of instrumental in working on the original policy that you adopted, but while he was acting deputy, he helped to kind of continue to organize this work. So we're going to be tag teaming the presentation today. Just hand it off to Sean to just remind you of some of the overarching goals of our climate policy.
Commissioners, so as we were putting this together, I was thinking we've been living with this policy for quite a while, but it was actually only in 2020 that this was adopted, so barely 3 years ago. And you'll recall that, for those of you that are here at least, that there was 4 main goals in this policy. The first one was really around understanding what the impacts and potential opportunities are going to be from climate change to our fish and wildlife and habitat, and then incorporating that into everything we do. And this was really one of the foundations of this policy that differs from a lot of other policies you see around the nation. A second goal was around the providing statewide leadership, and we wanted to see a coordinated statewide response here. It doesn't do anyone any good if you're if we're, for example, restoring habitat in one area, and for example, Department of Energy is trying to prioritize development of solar or wind in those areas as well. And then a third goal was around increasing awareness, making sure that our public is aware that the impacts we're currently seeing and are likely to see into the future. And then a fourth goal was around reducing our own carbon footprint so that we're not part of the problem.
Oops. There we go. So again, in the spirit of taking stock, we started giving you updates regularly in 2021. You've had about 25 presentations. I mean, if we just count the ones that are under your director's report, climate has been all over the topics that we've discussed with you, but just thinking about specifically. And really, if you think about the 25 presentations you've had so far, you can kind of think about them in a couple different buckets. Really tried to kind of drill down on some coordinated statewide response. So you've heard from the Ocean Acidification Council, you've heard about the state renewable energy plans, you've heard about the integrated water strategy. You had a workshop on that with other agencies. We've also tried to kind of highlight understanding the impacts of climate and how we are using different models and efforts like Velma, our statewide temperature monitoring, our cold water refugia work. We've also been trying to kind of integrate and incorporate some of the key principles of the policy into areas like our drought response work. We talked to you extensively about that bump in funding that we got and how we used it in a number of different ways. We've also drilled down at kind of specific species impacts. So we've talked to you about migratory birds, amphibians. We have also given you reports thinking about our own footprint as an agency. So first we talked to you about our carbon footprint assessment, and then later we provided you with our carbon reduction plan. So, you know, really kind of hit a number of different areas over the course of the 2-ish years that we've been talking to you. We thought that we might kind of think a little bit like as part of maturing our implementation of the policy, that we would kind of think strategically, like, you know, where do we drill in for this year, right? And can we kind of set a course? So we're gonna pitch an idea with you, but first I'm gonna hand it back to Sean to talk about, outside of the conversations that we've had with you, the climate policy has been implemented in just hundreds of programs and actions by the department since it was adopted.
Yeah, so as Debbie mentioned, these climate updates have really just scratched the surface of how we've implemented this policy. For example, in terms of species plans, the mule deer plan's under development now, but you're going to see how climate change is incorporated into that. You've seen some of the research from Northeast showing how the growing season's being shifted and shortened and how that's impacting the populations. And you'll see that reflected in how we're proposing to address that in the management strategies to address the limiting factor in the plan. You've also seen it in the conservation management plans like the Rogue South Coast. In that plan, we did species distribution models to understand how climate change was going to impact those populations in the future. We did vulnerability assessments. We looked at future flows and temperatures. All that went into identifying management strategies to address those limiting factors and target them in the areas where they're going to make a difference. In both these conservation plans and species plans, you're also seeing us set these kind of thresholds for harvest. So again, one of the key principles in the policy pointed to that you can have conservation and utilization as long as you scale harvest appropriately to the population levels. You're seeing it also in the regulations, and again, it goes back to that key principle. Each year when we set our regulations for harvest, we're looking at what the population level is in that year and taking account of that and setting the thresholds for harvest. You're seeing it also in the investments. We've talked a fair bit here about the investments we're making with IIJA. You're going to hear more about the PFA program coming up here soon, but we're really targeting those investments in places, again, going back to the key principle in the policy, which says, you know, we're going to prioritize these investments in places where their habitat is resilient or will be resilient in the future. And we're really doing that. For example, for IIJA, we're focusing on the Rogue and the Umpqua, because those are places where we know there's cold water, and if we can restore it and get fish in there and wildlife in there, we can do good things. We're doing it in the Klamath as well, wetland restoration. So really, the key policy the key principle in the climate policy is driving a lot of those investments. Then you've also seen it in data and science. So for example, Debbie did talk a little bit about some of the tools we've been using, but you're also seeing in the way we're prioritizing things. So OCamp is a good example of that, where we're prioritizing where we need to do work to get connectivity on the landscape for terrestrial animals. And then the aquatic habitat prioritization uses future flows and temperatures to forecast where we think we should do our flow restoration work and where we think the most benefits can happen. So all these kind of prioritization tools are really helping us focus in on where we think we can do the best work. And again, that links back to the principles in the policy.
And just kind of within the agency, we've been taking stock as well about kind of how are we doing. And, I think that, just what you just heard from Sean makes the case that the policy really is getting integrated. It really is providing a very important lens to how we are doing pretty much everything in terms of fish, wildlife, habitat. We have a sense of urgency, among your leadership team to really say, okay, how can we be intentional and proactive about pointing that work? And so we are thinking kind of just within the agency along these kind of following lines for the coming years. The first is being very intentional as we are, dedicating our staff, pointing resources, just thinking about how are we supporting species resiliency in the face of changing climate, severe wildfires, loss of habitat due to conversion from land use changes, these severe drought cycles. So just really zeroing in our work around that resiliency piece. How do we support species adapting when there is a changing climate? Secondly, we're recognizing that it's not getting easier, the work we do. And frankly, the expectations on us are only growing. So the second piece that we're really doing some work on is how are we going to keep up with this complexity in terms of meeting our mission and managing the fish and wildlife and habitat work that we do. And then the third is we just want to continue to think about the agency itself. How are we ensuring the resiliency of our operations? And that includes continuing to work on reducing our carbon footprint. So those are kind of the areas that as an agency, we're really going to be drilling down on and being very intentional in terms of prioritizing our work. And we were hoping that we could really, given the number of kind of policy implications in that first bucket, we thought that's a great place to really drill down with all of you. How are we supporting resiliency of species? And we think that there's some really important conversations that we could have with you in terms of thinking about natural and working lands. So, how are we working on ag and rangelands? How are we working on timberlands? Where does kind of our ocean blue carbon work fit in? We also really feel like we have got to continue to be thinking with all of you about land use and energy siting and invasive species. Because the thing is, invasive species are really adaptable and often outpace our native species. And so that's another area that we really wanted to drill down with you. And what we'd love to do is kind of set the course of these conversations with you. And then, how in December you did a workshop? We would love to culminate these conversations with what we're calling a partner roundtable, where we really invite in some of our key partners and we tee up some of the key things that we've learned from the year and have a conversation with them about kind of, what are the significant gaps? What might we be doing together differently to double down and address those gaps? So we wanted to kind of pitch this idea of kind of going, those were all wonderful 25 topics. And I think it was a good place to be with you at the onset of our policy. And now we're hoping to really kind of start directing the conversation with you toward, more kind of policy level, engagement in a specific area that, can hopefully lead to some direction or a sense of priorities and things that we could be doing differently. So that's our pitch.
Commissioners, immediate response? It's very helpful to actually have the pitch so we can think about it, and you'll probably get better responses from us after we've had a chance to think about this. But one of them that immediately comes to mind, especially if resilience is, supporting species resilience is sort of the theme, if you will, and we would culminate with a workshop later, which I like that idea. The water workshop we had was especially effective and helpful. But it would be useful to think about, and if you have ideas, to think about it sooner rather than later, what the metric might look like. And I get that it's so complex, it's hard to even think about these things, but we've had a lot of conversations about that, about the landscape level, and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde has brought that to the commission several times. So I think thinking about what that would actually look like and what the metrics might be would be critical. And that's, I think it would, for me, I need to think about this for a little while and figure it out. I do have one question, if I can add it, and then we'll go to Commissioner King. In terms of leadership, this agency was among the first among the state agencies to have this kind of an approach, which is, I think, kudos to the agency for that. Do you feel like the natural resource agencies are clicking together better, and this is kind of a unifying theme, if you will, for the state agencies? Have we made a lot of headway so that it's not just one agency, but this is sort of the unifying job, if you will, for the agencies?
I will give you my sense, and maybe Director Melcher and Sean may have their own sense. I think there is. I have the sense that folks really are coming around to this, and partly out of necessity. Renewable siting has really brought the natural resource agencies together as just a shared struggle, because we do support renewable energy as a state, and as natural resource agencies, we have had to engage in a way that is trying to guide it so that it can be responsibly sited, responsibly mitigated. And I will tell you, I feel like having a habitat division has given us the bandwidth and, frankly, awesome leaders to have a seat at more of these tables, to be prepared to help guide the conversations. And I mean, I just feel like we are so much better able to show up as an agency and be in a leadership position because we have that division. And it just really complements the work that our wildlife divisions and fish division were already doing as well. So that's my opinion. I don't know if the director has a different thought.
No, Chair, well, I think that's absolutely correct. And I'll just remind you of a little anecdote, and I may have told you all this before, but things have definitely changed over the last 40 years as it relates to how natural resource agencies in Oregon work together. And I won't name names, but a long-standing, long-retired deputy director here at the department said that for his entire career from the 1950s until the mid-1980s or early 1980s, we couldn't even get those other natural resource agencies to call us back. And now we're literally, we're at the table with them on every issue. Sometimes to our chagrin, you name the issue and we're brought to the table too. So yeah, it's been a big shift over the decades.
I would also say that it has helped that there have been more resources. So when you think about the Private Forest Accord, that grant program, you think about OCRF and that grant program, you know, it really helps if you have grants that you can kind of direct toward the things that you see as a priority. I think that has also allowed us to have a little bit more leadership in this arena.
And just to add to this, I think so much of that statewide coordination comes down to finding opportunities and little windows to make progress. And you know, we had a big window back in, I think, 2017 or 2018 when we had legislation around climate, and there was a lot of progress towards the statewide coordination that essentially was put on hold when the legislation failed. But we've been working since then, whenever opportunities come up in different forums to advance that. And I think, as Debbie said, we're seeing a lot of success, and as Kurt said, a lot of willingness to engage in these conversations with other agencies. And so you see it play out in certain fields, in certain programs. And I'm encouraged by recent conversations around coordinated statewide response. And I think, as Debbie said, it's almost coming out of necessity. We're seeing these impacts out there. Everyone's seeing them. And how are we going to manage them? So I think we're getting there.
Commissioner King and then Commissioner Laphart.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you, Sean and Debbie. Before I ask my question, I have kind of a little question. So with this thing that's coming up in December, do you want that to be specifically focused on the first bullet, just the supporting the species resiliency, or is it going to be the other ones?
So the way that, Commissioner King, the way that we're seeing it is that, we want to focus on the support species resiliency.
Okay.
And all of these topics are really a piece of that puzzle. And then it would culminate with this roundtable. So all of those kind of fit within the bucket of resiliency in the face of these pressures.
Right. No, I guess if you go back to the previous slide, like the other things, like that little diamond thing, meaning manage effectively, and that little, I don't know, accordion thing, ensuring resiliency of agency operations. So the workshop would not include those?
No, we were proposing this area because we really felt like this is kind of the policy level, it felt like a good fit, and that we could really kind of benefit from the commission's engagement in this area. The managing complexity, of course, we're happy to talk about that, but that is going to get a little bit into the weeds, into kind of just data management and, frameworks for how we kind of mature some of our own science. So, of course, we're happy to talk about that, but we felt like this bucket was a place where there was some really good conversation to be had at a commission level, policy level, and that you really could, kind of drill in and help us think about these kinds of issues.
So then that brings me to my next point is I agree with you about the managing effectively and increasing complexity. Like, we do not need to get in the weeds with that. That's not what the commission's for. But the last one, the resiliency of agency operations, I think would be something that I would like to talk about in a workshop, because one of the things that no agency is doing, and maybe we can lead, just sort of like we led with this ocean and climate, none of us are doing what's mandated by the legislature, which is lead by example in terms of greening our operation. No agency is doing that. Department of Ed, like you name it, Department of Ag, nobody. And so one of the things that we could do, I think, as we walk around in the land of Intel and you walk past all the chargers, there is so much more we can be doing in our agency operations to lead by example as a state agency that is in part of the natural resources to try and follow what we're all supposed to be following as per the legislature from, gosh, I think it was 2010 that was all mandated. It was a long time ago. And I know that like we have some capital construction going. I know that we're trying to, like you guys today, there's the hybrid vehicles that we're beginning to use, meaning, the rank orders, like you have to rent those first before you get all the other ones. There's all these things that we can and should be doing, but I'm wondering if we need more of a cohesive plan to kind of make and push that forward.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, We do have our carbon reduction plan, which really gets at a lot of the operational aspects that you are mentioning. And we're happy, to basically continue to keep you all posted and kind of talk to you about kind of how we're implementing that, the progress that we're making in those areas, like transitioning to our fleet and adding EV. And, so again, we're not proposing that we're not going to talk to you about anything else, but we're just kind of excited to really intentionally engage you in these types of kind of policy level. So we're happy to continue to keep you informed as we make progress and get your feedback on the rate, the pace, and the scale of our progress in terms of the agency's operation.
Thank you.
Mr. Laphart.
Okay, thank you. So I really like the report, kind of summarizing, capsulizing it, putting it all together. For Sean, appreciate your comments on there, and strongly support the partner roundtable. I see that like we did with the Wolf Plan update. We brought in partners kind of at a roundtable and had that discussion. I was very pleased with how that process went, so we could sit and listen to our partners, and so same kind of a thing. But when I look at this, I'd say, okay, what's the take-home message there for me? And if I look at natural and working lands and look at that ag, forestry, and the ocean, and then land use and energy siting and invasive species, the word that comes to mind is habitat, habitat, habitat. It's all about, whether it's ocean habitat, terrestrial habitat, it's all related to habitat. And so, Sarah's going to solve all this for us, right? So that's what we've got the Habitat Division Administrator for. So, waiting to see. Yeah, she smiled, so that's good. So that's kind of where I, encapsulates all of this, because you can come back to, in my opinion, habitat. We have a lot of work to do there, and climate change is going to have. It's going to be, as you say, Debbie, it's going to be very difficult because things are changing from even 10 years ago, what's going on now with drought and ocean conditions and all of that. And I keep saying to myself, how do we try to address this? And it's all comes down to whether it's fisheries habitat or wildlife habitat or ocean habitat, it all comes down to capsulizing all that. So when I see that, I personally look at habitat. That's what, and in a lot of cases, we don't control the habitat. We don't own a lot of the ownership out there that has effect on that. So we need to continue working with our landowner partners out there, whether it's federal, state, or private, because they're key to us in that relationship building so that we can address the habitat conditions as we move along for Oregon's fish and wildlife. So it's just an editorial comment.
I really appreciate those comments, because I think that Commissioner Laphart, you are spot on. And so what you see here, when you think about the natural and working lands, I think it's a conversation about how do we achieve those habitat benefits, and how do we engage with the private landowners? How do we better understand kind of some of their priorities? How do we be more effective in terms of engaging, helping to fund, you name it. And so those are the kinds of things that we can drill down on as we kind of bring these topics forward. Yeah.
I think just to add to that, the tour yesterday was a really good example of that kind of work, where you're not just looking at fish passage, you're looking at the community impacts and what the community needs out of these projects. And you're going to hear a lot of that in some of these presentations.
Vice Chair, you have a comment.
Yes, well, I mean, this is exciting to me. I just keep, wanting us to have more of just like a unified sense in Oregon of like a big celebration of what we have here and what we need to be caring for together. And I don't know, I keep trying to think, I look at those examples from like Wyoming, where they have their governor's office and they have their landowners and they have their NGOs and everybody working on like these big migration corridors that they're celebrating in their they're putting resources behind across the board. They're like moving in that direction. And in Oregon, I feel like we have the most amazing state. I mean, we have the oceans, we have anadromous fish, we have high deserts, we have, you know, the Cascade Range. I mean, we have this amazing state, but I feel like we don't have like a unified way of, you know, bringing everybody in. Instead, we are continuing to be like overwhelmed, scared, chaotic about all the forces that like climate change is bringing, and fire, drought, COVID had a huge impact, I think, on us, like coming together. And so I don't know. I agree with Commissioner Labhart. We don't control the habitat, and it's like we're trying to grow into something that we aren't yet, and that we don't have the funding for as an agency. Like if RAWA had passed, you know, Recovering America's Wildlife Act, you know, the funding that would have come to wildlife across the board would have been incredible. But yet I think, you know, so it's like there's this policy focus, but I wish we could, you know, it's almost like a marketing thing, like get Oregon together, I don't know. If I knew how to do it, I would have been doing it. I don't know how we do it. But like the OCAN data that we have is always so, the Oregon Conservation and Mapping, when you look at our conservation species and you layer them, it's magic. And we need all our communities working together. We do need the ag and range lands, the forest lands, the ocean. We need to come together to do this. So I like it. I also like the idea of celebrating places and not just talking in generalities, you know, like where are some things going well? Where are we struggling? Anyway, I'm going on and on. But it's a pretty special place that we have to take care of here.
I think we definitely agree with you on that point. And I think we have examples in Oregon where that's happened, right? With the Oregon Plan. It's where a lot of Oregon came together around the idea of bringing back coho, and that's been successful. And it kind of goes back to looking for these opportunities to create that kind of vision and cohesion. And I think we'll find that opportunity here sometime soon. And even in the Klamath just recently, the signing of that agreement between the tribes and the water users, like that's an example of coming together.
And the dam removal was a huge example of people coming together. Yeah.
Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, I would just say that I think that kind of the way that we are approaching this, there is a narrative that will emerge in terms of kind of how we see our partners, how we see our role as an agency working with those partners, that gets to some of what I think you're looking for. And I think that also, you know, there are discussions at the governor's office about, you know, across the 14 natural resource agencies, what's the North Star? So I think that we'll probably hear more about those conversations as well, that this will fit, I think I would anticipate fit really well into what we'll hear from them.
Nice photo, by the way.
One quick point I want to make, and then a question. The point is, for me, it would help to, as I loop back to where my original thought when I was listening was that some sense of the metrics, and I know how hard those are to do, but figuring out what we're shooting for and what might pull all the landscape pieces together on this. I think we're on the right path. I would like to at least think more about if we're going to be increasing the resiliency for these species, then what's that look like? That would be important to me. And the other one is, I would have a question about, you talked about the sense of urgency, and certainly you pick that up if you listen to the news or listen to people across the state about these issues, whether it's farm or whatever. It's a sense of urgency. And is there anything else you could say about how the leadership team is looking at that, and how, what's, I mean, I can't put degrees on it, but what's changed in terms of that? Because I think that is across the state, there is that urgency. If nothing else, just to get over the fear and get on with doing something about it. Yeah.
Chair Wall, in terms of the metric and kind of this question of like, how will we know if we've moved the dial? That could be the roundtable discussion. I mean, so we happy to think about that. And I think that you're asking a really important question. Are these efforts, how do we know whatever we do in these areas that they're going to hit the mark or have the highest return on investment? So I think that is very much a good point and something that we are going to continue to think about. In terms of the leadership team, in terms of our conversations in the fish, wildlife, habitat, and our region and field folks, what we have really, the way that urgency translates is that we are also taking stock. And there are so many things. I mean, we went through an offsite exercise last November and we just said, okay, what are all the have tos and what are all the want tos? So it's like, these are all the things we have to do. And if we could wave a magic wand, what would we really be doing? Mm-hmm. And as a leadership, and that's because of the sense of urgency that we have, that this is a terrible way to put it, but the sense of like, are we rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic with all this when we really should be doing this? And so this is exactly the conversations that we are having. We got to either stop doing some of this and so that we can get to the work that really needs to be done. Or we got to get more efficient. And that kind of gets to the complexity piece. So that's how it translates into kind of priorities and where we are directing our staff capability, where we're directing our funding. We don't have unlimited funding, but we can prioritize, right? And try to be smart about how we use what we have. So those are the conversations, and that's the sense of urgency that we have, that we're just, the status quo is all important stuff, but we have to be intentional.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, one way you're seeing that play out, for example, is with these federal funds, like it goes back to what Commissioner Webhart was saying about habitat. The urgency for us was making sure that the agency secured as much of that funding for Oregon as possible and put it on the ground in places that are going to matter. And so we've reprioritized Andrea and Craig to work almost full time on seeing that happen. And they've been hugely successful.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Debbie. Next up, commissioners, we're going to have a little update on the GIS program at ODFW. I think Shannon is going to come up with Cedric and John as well. We just thought this was a good opportunity to highlight some of the work that we're doing, work that you may see the results of in the course of commission meetings, but you don't necessarily get to see who does that work. And so I wanted to provide you a little overview of that. Shannon?
Yeah, thank you, Director Melcher. And thank you for letting me still a little time here. I was not on the agenda, but Cedric and John weren't able to go on the tour yesterday. We could have not set this up better. You got to see and hear very eloquently the increasing complexity in fish and wildlife management and how partnering with others really helps address that complexity. And one tool for doing that is GIS, which really helps rationalize and visualize data and adds in these layers so you can take transportation and fish and wildlife and the environmental justice index, and you can look at it all together and get cross discipline understanding and a shared perspective of the problem, and then tackle it together. That was my one intro I was going to make. The other thing I've asked Cedric and John to do is really focus on where we are now, like the tools that they've built, the service they provide to the agency. And I thought, well, I missed a mark here because we have come a long way. In 1999, district fish biologists were still using hard copy maps that they had printed out. And they were marking on those maps where fish existed, where the end of fish distribution was, where barriers existed too. And it was the NREP program that wrote funding to go out, meet with all of those biologists, map 5 different species. It was called the 24K project, map all those species and digitize those maps. So we have that layer now. That team also went out and documented where we had evidence that fish truly existed. So you could justify that data behind it. We now have that data set today. My other purpose for being up here is that's a long road to go to the place where we have so much digitized information we can build these layers. Cedric started out as a biologist. John has been digitizing that data. Both of them have been critical in the last 34 years about building these services in our agency. Cedric is getting close to retirement. I couldn't ask for a better time to have him here. We really want to thank him for that time. I also want to thank him because I was on the 24K project. He hired me into the agency. So his vision here has really led this for the agency. And I just wanted to thank him for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Shannon. Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher. My name is Cedric Cooney. I am the Natural Resource Data and Systems Manager with the Natural Resource Information Management Program, otherwise known as NREP, and we are in the Information Systems Division. Today, we want to talk to you at a high level about how we use GIS, or Geographic Information Systems, the maps and web applications that we have, and we want to summarize that. And we want to describe how GIS provides data access and sharing and exchanging information with our partners. So I don't want to assume that everybody's familiar with GIS. So just at a high level, GIS is software technology that we use to create, manage, and create digital maps, okay? Electronic and digital maps. So it does help us manage map location-based data, and it helps us to analyze relationships between different types of data. So we do this through linking data layers through a common locational metric such as lat-long. And to use the diagram that we have up here, if you think about taking a point in that space and you ask yourself, okay, what's going on? What kind of parcel are we looking at? What's the zoning? What kind of wetland, is there a wetland there or not in that particular spot? What's the land cover composition? GIS allows you to do that. So that's essentially what we do. We layer different types of data, and then we can ask questions related to that data. Okay. So GIS really is a powerful tool for understanding patterns and relationships in the geographic context of features in the real world. And so GIS really permeates all aspects of the agency and our business, and it's integral to supporting our decision-making capabilities and our ability to communicate information about Oregon's fish and wildlife resources. We have about 250 staff across 43 separate office locations, which is displayed in the lower image there, that utilize GIS directly and they're licensed to use it. We also have a number of staff that take advantage of the web map applications, which John will show you a little bit later, that we have available to them. So it allows them to utilize the tools of GIS without actually having to know GIS. So it's really embedded in all the levels of our work, both fish and wildlife, terrestrial and aquatic, freshwater and marine. So some quick examples of how GIS is used. For resources and planning, it's used in the conservation strategy revision, as well as to review any sort of proposed development efforts and the impacts on fish and wildlife. Program implementation, GIS is integral to the Private Forest Accord, which we are in the process of implementing. Population monitoring habitat, an example of that would be our big game composition effort, where we're monitoring 10 big game species, 10 different species. As far as research, we utilize it as far as animal movement and modeling future habitat conditions. And of course, we use it to communicate information across the various audiences that are interested in fish and wildlife and the work that we do. So with that, I'll hand it over to John.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners. I'm John Bowers, the GIS coordinator for the department, also with the Natural Resources Information Management Program. So I'll start out by discussing some of the products that are developed and utilized by the agency. These range from standalone data sets. There we go. Standalone data sets to maps, as well as the different type of applications that are available. So just sort of behind the scenes are the spatial data that represent the features that you might see on a map. Those can be boundaries, cities, rivers, and also continuous data like the bathymetry you see here, the elevation data, and fishing effort. Here we're looking at commercial crab fishing effort in the ocean. So these data serve as the building blocks for the maps and applications that are often what are consumed. These are critical information assets that have substantial value. The fish habitat distribution data that Shannon mentioned, that's been under development for 30 plus years in the department, and it's a critical asset for many agencies in supporting business across the state. So these data are developed both internally and externally. So we utilize a lot of data from other agencies as well. There are hundreds of these data sets that are part of this business within the department. We do store these data centrally, make them available to agency staff. And so in the ensuing slides, I'll show some examples of some of these data sets, the maps, as well as applications, and then some of how we're working with mobile data collection applications as well. So let's see here. So here's an example of our conservation opportunity areas. This is developed as part of the conservation strategy effort. And so this particular data set, the purpose of it is to identify places where conservation goals would best be met and where investments can be focused to increase likelihood of success. Also kind of spanning boundaries. These are more ecologically focused and also intended to improve funding efficiency. Here's some examples of our static maps and how we communicate using these maps. We produce a significant number of maps. Many of those are paper, but also digital. The hunting and fishing regulation maps, different boundary and access maps, winter range closure maps, travel management area maps, wildlife area maps, many, many different maps. Some of these are provided out in digital format that can be utilized. For example, hunters utilize these, a format called GeoPDF on their phones and tablets in the field so they can see their location relative to the boundaries where they're hunting. Over 3,000 of those have been downloaded in the last year and a half. We also have a link off of our main agency website for the static maps and public facing applications. Now I'll show you an example of some of the interactive web-based maps. The first one here is Compass, and ODFW worked with a contractor to develop this application, but we now manage it. It helps us as well as our partners make informed land use decisions around fish and wildlife habitats, such as energy, transportation, planning, as well as conservation projects. It serves as kind of a coarse screen filter to understand what's happening on the landscape with species and habitats. It also provides access to components, the spatial representation of components that are in the Oregon Conservation Strategy. And so lastly, it facilitates access to some data and serves as kind of a portal so people can get access to conservation related data sets. The second example I want to share here is with our fish habitat distribution and data and barrier data viewer. And that was the data set that was mentioned earlier. We have our priority barriers are identified on this map, as well as spring Chinook habitat distribution. This application enables general public as well as stakeholders such as watershed councils to access these data and inform decisions around restoration activities and other efforts. This application has been accessed over 23,000 times in the last several years since it was developed. So now I'll talk a little bit about our mobile data collection applications. And these are particularly useful for us in the field, our research staff, other field staff that are out in the field. They're using phones and tablets, and they're working with applications on those devices to collect spatial data in the field. This is becoming quite common. I would venture to guess we're probably up in the neighborhood of 200 plus, maybe even more, 300 staff that are using these tools currently. They're designed to really streamline the data collection process to help improve our data quality and also give us the ability to immediately work with the data once it comes back into the office. It's very different than things were 30 years ago. So we have both map and form-based applications that are available. A lot of this is used for species and population monitoring. Some example surveys that are happening out there are related to wildlife. We utilize what we call our species observation system. This is for collecting information. This is the image you see here on the screen. This is for collecting information on non-game species. A lot of times this is sort of ancillary to some of the other efforts that are out there. It depends on who's collecting it, what they're doing. But it's focused on that particular effort. Fish data, this area is primarily utilized by our research programs. Spawning surveys is a primary example where that's occurring with our habitat data, recording information on physical habitat characteristics of streams as well as stream flow. There's numerous other examples of mobile data collection applications. A notable one is our sage grouse lek surveys. This is a multi-agency effort that is occurring to monitor sage grouse populations and trends. Let's see here. Yeah. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about how we facilitate access to GIS products. The first way that I'll talk about here is with ArcGIS Online. And this is a cloud-based solution for GIS. And within ArcGIS Online, this is the image you see on the lower left. There, we have over 700 items that are publicly accessible. And these range from services that allow others to connect to our data directly to different web maps and web map applications, as well as story maps. The story maps, this is the image you see up above. Those combine maps, text, and images, as well as other items such as charts and videos and different dashboards. So that's a little bit more of an engaging experience. So stakeholders can work with the information and get a better understanding of what's going on. So that image is of a black rockfish survey story map. And so that is helpful for people to understand research that's been going on relating to black rockfish. If we were to work with that live, you'd be scrolling down that story map and able to access video information, able to query the map and retrieve information. It's helpful to really improve understanding about what's happening there. And there's a tremendous amount of good work that's happening in the agency that this is just one small example here. Okay. So we also use ArcGIS Online to share information with our partners. We've got over a couple thousand items there that are directly accessed by our partners. Another way that we get information out to the public is with ODFW Data Clearinghouse. So this serves as a portal for both sharing data internally as well as externally. This includes different reports, files, databases, GIS data, maps. It's searchable by agency name or by keyword. And then we also make information available, but primarily retrieve information out of a number of other portals, external portals, such as what you see here is the GeoHub portal that's managed through DAS. And so the information coming from portals like this can be used directly to support agency business. It can also be used to derive GIS products. In terms of how we're collaborating with partners in relation to GIS and spatial data, it's really a common language that is out there and available to be used to understand what's happening somewhere and to ensure that everyone's working off the same information. So we work with a large number of partners where we're actively exchanging these data. Oftentimes the information coming from ODFW is relating to species or habitats. I'll highlight a couple examples here. The first one is with the sage grouse development siting tool, the image you see there on the lower left. And this is available via the Oregon Explorer that OSU manages. Select data that are used as part of this are collected as part of a larger collaborative effort amongst ODFW as well as federal agencies, a number of nonprofits. We do serve this information out on our servers, and it is consumed by Oregon State, and they put it into this development siting tool. The second example I want to share here is with the Private Forest Accord. We've got staff from both forestry and ODFW in the image you see here, and we're working to identify and map fish presence and fish habitat. And this is in support of the water protection rules for the Private Forest Accord. And then I'm going to touch on a little bit here of how ODFW is developing data, stewarding data relating to climate change. And so these tools are well suited to support the climate change, ocean change policy. They can help us understand impacts to climate, ocean impacts, habitats, on those impacts on fish and wildlife as well as on people. They also can help us understand where the landscape can be resilient and where we can kind of safeguard against these impacts. So there's a number of different efforts. Sean, Debbie mentioned earlier some of those that involve spatial data that are directly targeted toward climate change related issues. With that said, many of the data sets in the department that relate to species and habitats ultimately really could be viewed through that lens as well, because we really need to know what's happening to them over time. So the example I want to show here is with the priority wildlife connectivity areas. And so these are a part of that Oregon Connectivity and Assessment Mapping project. And so they're designed to identify areas for maintaining, restoring landscape connectivity, and really where efforts should be focused to facilitate animal movement across the landscape, and where that will be most successful in the face of climate change. A few other examples are that modeling of fresh water, future habitat conditions, stream flow, stream temperature, tracking changes to a variety of habitats, understanding marine fish responses to events like ocean hypoxia. Many others are out there, but I'm going to have to keep it short here today. So with that, I'm just going to thank you, Chair Wall and commissioners, for opportunity to really speak to the work of hundreds of staff that are working with these tools, working with these data to not only address climate change, but many of the issues that we're working with. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have a couple comments quickly already. So Vice Chair, go ahead.
Well, I just want to make a comment that I wish that I could just climb into each one of your brains having spent all of this time developing and looking at these maps in so many different ways over time, because it just be interesting to see how you're looking at Oregon, our habitat, our on and on. I can't even imagine. So thank you for presenting this and for the work that you do. It's just so interesting, I think.
Thank you. We were excited to be able to share this tool with you and go into it more in depth in terms of what the agency is doing with it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Wall, and thank you, Cedric and John. I had the pleasure actually of meeting John at the Portland State GIS Day. And one of the things that he impressed upon me, if you've never gone to any of those things, you should. If you're a lover of maps, I mean, it's just next level. What we can do and visually create is it's just stunning. It's like art. You just sit there just in awe of these images. And one of the things when John and I were talking briefly is what we can use this for and how it is so underutilized at the moment. Even though we have hundreds of people working on it and they're producing all of these fantastic things. And one of the things that I'd like to hear a little bit more about, and also how we can maybe pivot and do more of this, is story mapping. To me, that is just so powerful in terms of how you use your data and how it's layered, and then you use it to like tell that story that scrolls in terms of pictures and videos. And like, I just think of the stuff that's been made around, like, say, the lamprey and the tribes at Willamette Falls fishing, and all that is just, it's just so compelling, and we don't do enough of it. And so how can we kind of bring, because we have the data for it, we have the images, like we have it all. So how do we pivot and get more of that readily available to people, or readily available if they can make it themselves? Because we're now coming to the generation that is native to GIS. Either they're learning this in college, they know how to do it. And so I know they're my students. So how do we pivot into that? And I see Shannon joining. She probably knew I was going to ask a question like this. But I mean, because this is incredible. Like, we have so much of it just right at our fingertips. How do we use it? So I will let you speak.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, well noted. As it's modernizing, tying together our communication department and the work that the GIS services provide is really the next step. And you can see places where it's done well. You've named a few within our agency. The Marine program definitely uses the information tied with the communication side. Definitely where we want to go as well.
Thank you. Don't go away. Commissioner Laphart.
Okay, thank you. I want to make this opportunity get away because Cedric, you don't come and talk to us very often. And are you getting close to retirement?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we acknowledge you. You have, I got an opportunity to be on the ground with you. Very impressed. So I just want to thank you, sir, for your service. Thank you for all the years you've dedicated to the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And, you'll be missed. I'm sure you're not going to be, after a while, have some fun, go do some things. But, I just didn't want to let this opportunity go away without publicly thanking you for all your years of service to Oregon's Fish and Wildlife and to this agency. So appreciate it.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Laphart, I greatly appreciate that. It has been a joy to work in this agency, and I've enjoyed it immensely. It's been a career that I could never have anticipated.
I'd also like to add my thanks. It was great.
Got his card up too. Sorry.
What? Oh, I didn't see your card. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I second that too. Also, I really appreciate your service to the department.
Thank you.
And what this, just a quick note, what this reminded me of was kind of my fishing career on the ocean. I started out, basically it was in the 70s. It was basically what you could see. You get your equipment on the boat, and what you could see at any given time with what you dealt with. We were lucky to get back to port safely half the time, And then when I retired in 2015, I swear I could have painted the windows black and still got where I need to get, all the equipment, the GPS, chart plotters, sonars. I mean, I see the comparison here. You just, the more information you have, the better you do.
Thank you.
Could I hear just a tiny bit more about it's an impressive amount of information and change and shift that we've made over time and how we gather that and what we can do with it. And what we can do with it and what we are beginning to do with it in tying the communications and the action pieces together. Could one of you, maybe Shannon, if you want to start or something, that's critical if we're looking at connectivity, which John talked about right at the end, and climate change. As Commissioner Labhart said earlier, every time people talk, it's right back to habitat, and that means all kinds of people affected in all kinds of ways. So could you talk a little bit more about how this massive amount of information and advance we've made in what we have for communicating with and how we're doing that?
Yeah, Chair Wall, thank you. I'll take it from a process standpoint. It really does come down to the agency being proactive in communication and deciding we see this early coming at us. And so we're going to develop a communication strategy around that. And part of that is how you message. A lot of that is visual. So planning that out appropriately. And then as humbly as Cedric and John have said, they are not subject matter experts in the data. They work with the data a lot. They can produce amazing things as long as we guide them that's what we're looking for, what rock we're really looking out of this as we storyboard and communicate this out. So it's partnering them with the subject matter experts and then our communication team as well. And as an agency, we're really good at crisis management communication and writing, but this realm of visually presenting where many people can understand the messaging in that format and in that medium, that's the connection we need to make there. And we're working on that. I think chronic wasting disease is the best example I'll give you now of working on that. We've known this has come for some time. We've been messaging out. We're actually doing a survey at the Sportsman Show to see where that messaging is landing. I think we can anticipate the results. So on multiple platforms, social media, our partners and their stories that they're telling, developing a proactive communication around that. And a lot of that is the visuals and the information and the data that back up this story and present it in a compelling way. That's a process statement.
If I can just second that, as Shannon said, we're not the subject matter experts. We're the ones who take the information, whether it's at a broad statewide level, which we do manage, or more local. We really rely on and appreciate our local staff and our division staff, because that's where the stories originate. And so we just help to communicate that, and working with our information section, working with our local staff is really how it comes to be.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. And to follow on with that, I had a very similar question, and I think you've sort of answered it. And I think it just as an agency, as a world, I think we're needing to pivot and understand that people who can make these maps, like you said, that's your skill set. Communication is a whole different degree. It's a whole different specialty. It's a whole different thing. And I think there's no one person that has that fusion. That's a team that creates that. And I think, for example, like you mentioned, the hundreds and hundreds of licenses that are out there, they're using them for their purpose, whether it's chasing fish around or monitoring beavers or whatever it is. That's very different than using it to storyboard and tell a story and to communicate, and using those visuals in a very powerful way, particularly when we're talking about, like we talked about yesterday, there are sections of Portland where 19 different languages are spoken in the elementary school. And so visuals help you a whole lot with that. And so having those communications experts that can help you say, okay, you clever guys, that can layer, I need something that looks like this. I don't know the mechanics of how to make it look like this, but this is the story of what I'm trying to tell. Can you match it? And I think just moving toward an understanding, and it sounds like from Shannon, we are understanding that that's a different skill and a different person. That's not necessarily a wildlife bio. It's not necessarily a GIS person. I've forgotten your acronym, the natural resource, something.
Yes.
But I think, again, when I first met John, it just became very, very clear that he understands we're sitting on a gold mine. We're sitting on so much information and so many ways to visualize the data. Like, how do we get it out there? And furthermore, how do we share it? Like, I know that the EPA has made essentially like a GIS Lite. They call it Enviro Atlas, and it's cheap and it's free. And again, the reason I know is because my students use it and they know how to use it. And it's just amazing. Like, you don't have to know a thing about GPS or like any of these things. And you just enter certain data points and it makes a map for you. Like, you go through about 5 steps and so those sorts of things, that is what, like, with our data, we could do something like that our people can use to go out a field and they're doing a conservation report or the Marine Division or whatever. Like, they don't have to know the nuts and bolts and how to layer like you guys do. So I think I don't see that anywhere, and I didn't hear that in your presentation, but more of like, could we share the data? Like, could we make a version that's user-friendly or something? And again, that's a different skill set, which I understand.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, we're definitely doing some of those things and moving in that direction in a greater way. Partnering is the way to make that happen. We don't have all the data. We don't have all the stories. As you said, we're not the communications experts. So we partner within the agency. And I think we're going to do that more and more as time goes along to make that happen and to share our stories. I will point out, I believe it was on slide 6, we showed our fish habitat distribution and barrier data at the same time. And I think what you were describing with DEQ is called a web map application that's interactive. That too is an interactive web map. We have a version of it that allows people, if they find a barrier or if they see fish in a certain area, they can actually report that information back through that application. And so not only are we looking to partner with everyone who's out there, but we're looking to get information back as well.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Chair Wall, and I just wanted to say, of course, thanks, John, for all your work on this, and Shannon, and then, of course, Cedric has been a fixture in my career for the last 34 years. I think it's been, I did start before him, but I wanted to say, of course, we're both going to be part of the class of 24 here, graduating class of 24. But Cedric, as you all might, or maybe you don't recall, Cedric stepped in for us in 2021 during the 2021 legislative session and served as our acting fish division administrator. Yeah. I think that was enough for him. He said, I don't want to do that. But I did want to just share that Cedric is a subject matter expert. I mean, we started as biologists in the field together. Cedric was instrumental in the, we used to do Oregon Coastal Coho surveys with index surveys, and Cedric and Steve Jacobs developed the stratified random sampling protocol, which is what we now use today. And we've converted all that historical data to the stratified equivalent, if you will. So Cedric and I have worked together a lot over the years, and just really appreciate him. Thanks.
I thank you very much, Director Melcher. And I have to point out, John has been with me almost the entire time, and we've been partnering to do this. And so I could not have done many of the things that we've done without him. So I want to acknowledge John as well, and all of our team. We love to serve and support our coworkers, the agency, and members of the public, and we really have that ingrained in us. So thank you very much.
Can I add one more thing? So there's this weirdest thing, and you guys will be like, Becky, you're like being all weird.
Never.
But in the Country Natural Beef Cooperative, we honor people. And we have Director Melcher leaving us soon, and we have Cedric leaving soon. And for those that would like to, that are here today, I would just like us to stand and give them a standing ovation for their service to this place. So both of them together.
It would be really
We've
neat.
been well compensated.
So, thank you for your service.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, that takes us to the temporary rule portion of the agenda. There are 6 temporary rules that require your ratification. I'm happy to answer any questions on those that you might have.
No, yes, yes.
No question.
Need a motion?
Commissioners, could I have a motion on the 6 rules? Temporary rules.
Yeah, sure. I'll read the motion for you, Chair Wall. I move to ratify the 6 temporary rules set forth on the February 16th, 2024 agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to ratify the 6 temporary rules as read into the record. And Michelle, has Commissioner Khalil called in yet? Or are we just, who's here?
Show up in the room.
Okay, then Commissioners, could we have a thumbs up or down vote on this one? Looks like everyone, Michelle, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wall. That will take us to commission updates and other business. I do have one commission update, even though I'm not a commissioner. I did want to provide,
Okay.
with your permission, provide
Yes.
one commission update, and that is I wanted to let you all know, and the public as well, that Commissioner Hatfield Hyde and her husband Taylor Hyde, we recently learned that they have received a Ducks Unlimited National Private Lands Wetland Conservation Achievement Award. And they will be receiving that sometime, I believe, in late March in Michigan. So I just want to let you all know about that. It's a very. Should I call for a standing ovation? Yeah. Anyway, we did want to make that publicly known, and I'm sure there'll be some press releases out of Ducks Unlimited on that, but didn't want to let you all know that as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Seems to be our day for celebrations. So now we'll move to something fairly mundane. We'll move to the minutes. And Commissioners, we have 2 sets of minutes that we need to approve for January 12th and January 26th. Any changes or revisions to those? And if not, may I get a motion on those, please?
I move to approve the January 12th and January 26th, 2024 meeting minutes with continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the January 12th and 26th, 2024 meeting minutes as read into the record. Those in favor? Thank you. Then there were a couple other things there. I didn't have any commission updates, but there were a couple things under other business that I'd like to move to next. One of them is, and you heard a bit about this at your last meeting, about the delegation on administrative filing associated with rulemaking record. And would anyone have questions on that or comments, or we can just make a motion and delegate to the director the authority to sign on behalf of the commission on the administrative filing with that rulemaking. Any questions? Then could I have a motion on that one, please?
Okay. So,
Yes.
sure, I'm getting
Yes.
the right one. Okay. I move for a vote on the draft delegation to authorize the director to finalize development of and sign on behalf of the commission the response to an administrative filing associated with the rule making records submitted to the Oregon Court of Appeals in CIV A182213 Columbia Riverkeeper et al. Versus Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to vote on the draft delegation to authorize the director to finalize development of and sign on behalf of the commission as read into the record. Could we have a voice vote on this one, please, Michelle?
King,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Sounds unanimous. That one passes. What I would like to do next is move to appointment of an interim director. And I'd like to, before we get into the actual discussion of that, mention a couple things about the process for seeking a new director. Very important opportunity, very big deal. We're spending a lot of time on this. We are at this point looking to the May meeting, not the April meeting, for when the commission will select the new director and when the public meeting or public interviews will be, so that those will be in May, not April. That gives people time to listen. There are a lot of people weighing in with the director, with the commission, with the HR people, the human resources people that are helping with this recruitment. The commission has been very clear that hearing people well, taking the time to do this is more important than speed. So that's why we moved it to May. We adopted in January the recruitment plan. And that is what we're following. Timeline, we have some room to move, so we can move if we need to, so that we have a fair and open process first, and a speedy process is the second priority. So in the meantime, we need to continue to function as a well-managed agency. That's how we support the work that goes on across the state by staff. That's how we maintain the working relationships that we seem to hear about in almost every meeting, that if we're going to get our work done, especially on habitat, we have to have working relationships across the state. Those are in good shape right now. So we are going to appoint an interim director effective April 1. And I would like to reiterate something that Director Melcher has said, and I've said in the past, and that is we're going to appoint somebody who is not applying for the permanent job. So I'd like to introduce this by moving to appoint someone. And what I'd like to do is move to appoint Davia Palmieri as the interim director effective April 1.
If you're looking for a second, I second that.
I am looking for a second, and I appreciate it. Before I call for questions or comments, I would just like to mention a couple things about Davia and why we're going that direction. She has served in several high-level policy positions in the director's office, including acting as the deputy director. For some time, she has been in important roles with people across the state, with the tribes, with the governor's office, and has been effective in those. She's also very familiar, for having been here for several years, with the agency direction. She's worked effectively with all of the different people across the state, and she's committed to keeping this agency as a well-managed, well-functioning agency in the interim. So are there any other comments, questions that people would like to make?
Excellent choice.
Well, it's been moved. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to say, I think it's excellent that we appoint Davia into this position. But I also want to add that I think we have a really strong leadership team across ODF&W. And I know for me, with Director Melcher retiring, there's a little bit of that feeling of, okay, we're going into uncharted territory here. We have an amazing department at ODF&W with really great senior staff and staff all across this state. So I just think and some of that again is back to celebrating Director Melcher. You've kind of helped set us up for this to go well. So anyway, with that, I guess we have a second and I can stop talking.
Any other comments before we go ahead and
Sure.
vote?
Well, thank you. It's more a question. How long does the interim stay there, and are we voting specifically on that?
Say your question
Meaning
again.
the interim, the length. Is there a time limit? Is it they're there until the person comes, which could be July? Like, what are we voting on specifically? I
We're
guess is what I'm
voting on
saying.
the start date. We're not
The start
voting
date.
on an end date
Exactly.
specifically, but we are looking for, we are certainly hoping for, aiming for that would end by July.
Okay. Thank you.
Closest I can come to an answer on that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an unknown.
Okay.
Okay, could we have a voice vote on this one then, please?
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Laphard,
Yes?
King,
No.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you all. Appreciate it. We, and thank you to not only our team at the agency management level and staff, and also to Davia for being willing to take on this role. So we'll move next to the public forum. And we only have, this is unusual. We only have 2 people signed up for this. So we'll go first to Dominic Bachman and then David Moskowitz. Dominic. Is he in the room? Yep, here we go. Go ahead, Dominic. You'll have 3 minutes if you will.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Dominic.
Yeah, you're on mute.
Oh, can you not hear me? You can't hear me? I'm unmuted, so you should be able to hear me.
We can hear you online.
They can hear me online.
Online people are saying they can hear him.
Yes.
It's not us.
Give it a minute, Dominic. We're working on the technology.
So Dominic, can you talk so I can see if I've got it?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
No, still no.
Can you give us another test? Yeah.
Always.
Oh, yeah, we got
Yes,
you now.
we can hear you now.
We're all listening.
Glad I didn't have to go to the bathroom when I actually do.
All right, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Dominic Bachman. I am a hay farmer, hunting dog trainer, and wildlife biologist based in Princeton, Oregon, out in Harney County. In your package, you've been provided a letter with details on the wildlife conflict issue of dogs and porcupines. We believe we have a possible solution to this conflict. If you've ever been part of any sort of dog porcupine incident, you've seen the devastation that can happen really rapidly. Porcupine quills, each porcupine has 30,000 quills, incredibly sharp, barbed, difficult to remove. Many dogs in Oregon, working dogs, hunting dogs, and household pets are rushed to the vet every year in Oregon for this issue. Because of this conflict, many people would just assume shoot a porcupine as soon as they see one. Porcupines are surprisingly good pets. We've kept them for many years. We love our porcupines. They're easily trainable, and people love seeing them and learning about them. Our porcupines learn to completely ignore dogs. Porcupine aversion training is very similar to rattlesnake aversion training. It's done commonly across the United States. Aversion training has been shown to be very effective in keeping dogs and wildlife safe. The dog is introduced to a captive animal while on a leash, while wearing an electronic collar. In this case, the porcupine would be in a custom double-walled crate, and the dog would not have access to the porcupine. The issue that I'm bringing to you is that Oregon's captive wildlife and harassment rules are worded in a way that we believe that using a live captive porcupine to train dogs to avoid porcupines would not be legal in Oregon. The exact path to an exemption is not entirely clear to us at this point, but we're hoping it's possible for for the commission to authorize ODFW to give an exemption to these rules for educational purposes. We would love to apply for a wildlife exhibitor permit to offer this service to dog owners. Thank you. And do you have any questions?
I don't see any questions, so thank you very much. And we'll go ahead with the next speaker then. Thank you.
Thank you.
David, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall and members of the commission, Director Melcher. David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler. It's going to be a little difficult to follow up that very brief presentation. It was so effective. I have a lot to learn about that, and you guys know more than most. I wanted to talk about something that our organization is going to bring forward, hopefully in coalition with other groups later this spring. It has to do with what is one of the commission's very first kind of climate change response management actions, and that was the establishment of thermal angling sanctuaries at certain cold water refugia in the Columbia River. And that we actually had, the commission took temporary action in 2018, again in 2019, and then permanent rules in 2020. And we are very grateful for Oregon's attention to this issue, and we think it's been an effective conservation tool as climate change has contributed to warming Columbia River waters. And the EPA report really notes that this is coming upon us with no action to protect source waters. By 2040, they believe that the Columbia River will be a lethal migratory corridor for salmon and steelhead. That's coming right up. But this action protected steelhead that reside within these cold water refugia at places like Herman Creek, Eagle Creek, and the Deschutes River. We want to ask for a couple of small modifications. I'm going to just touch on briefly. I sent an email that has some text and as well as a couple diagrams. And in particular, one of the things is often there's an earlier and earlier warming, and the sort of magic number is considered 20 degrees centigrade, which is 68 Fahrenheit. And that's when that hits that level, the fish really stay in those thermal areas, and so they're vulnerable to perhaps angling mortality. So the dates right now for these areas are July 15th to September 15th, and the past few years it's been getting warm, going over that limit quite early, and sometimes even into late June. So we'd love to talk about a potential extension on the early end. It's very variable on that September end. You could push it out, but there's some dates when the Columbia River cools right down before September 15th. The other issue is the size, particularly of the Deschutes Thermal Angling Sanctuary. There's 25 under the current designations, and we use markers on the shore and a navigation marker to identify it for anglers. And it has to be clear to anglers, and so the state police gets involved in this. The marking of the Deschutes Thermal Angling Sanctuary leaves 25%, almost 25% of the area actually open to angling. And so that is something we'd like to work on. And it looks like my time is up. And we really appreciate this, the work on this. And we think these are small elements for benefits for steelhead, which are still struggling in the Columbia River Basin. So and the last thing I would say is the source waters are not protected, and that's something that DEQ has to do. And we would urge that this commission and the Environmental Quality Commission consider ways to protect these cold water areas, habitat-wise, protect the water. And thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, David.
So,
Commissioner Ladhart.
yeah, I know we don't usually do questions, but just a clarification. So you're proposing a little earlier and a little later. Do you have those dates, Dave, that you, because I didn't get it. I saw your email, but I didn't get a chance to read it because you sent it just like last night. So
yeah, day late and $1 short as usual. A little bit earlier. So it starts July 15th. We would recommend that it would start by July 1st and you cover many more times. The later end could probably stay as it is because there's very few times that it actually stays, the water's warmer past September 15th. But give the fish a little benefit of the doubt, it could be a beneficial thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's it on public forum. I think what we'll do is take a 5-minute break and come back and talk about the Oregon listing for orcas. So 5-minute break, come back with that one. Okay.
Let's see.
of the orcas, as the signs say. We're going to do things a little bit different than we typically do. We're going to hear the staff presentation on this one, and then we're going to hear from some students who have to get back for their math class, which we appreciate. So we will hear from them. I think we will have a lot of people that want to speak on this, but we'd like to hear from the students first, and then we'll go on with the regular presentations as we have it lined out. So John, would you like to go ahead?
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is John North, Deputy Fish Division Administrator for the Columbia River and Marine Programs. And with me today are Mike Brown, the Marine Mammal Program Leader, and Howard Takata, our Southern Resident Orca Listing Coordinator, who is graciously on loan to us from the Columbia River Management Program to help with this. We are here today to help the Commission determine whether the Southern Resident Orca distinct population segment should be listed as endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act. Our presentation consists of about 17 slides, starting with some background on the issue. Next slide. Working. All right, so last February, the Commission received a petition to list Southern Resident Orcas as endangered in Oregon, which was found to present substantial scientific information when the Commission reviewed the petition at its April meeting. So this initiated the rulemaking process, which requires a listing determination within 1 year of the petition's receipt, which brings us here today. So for a species to be added to Oregon's list of endangered and threatened species, state statute and rule require that the 3 criteria noted here on the slide must apply, which includes the listing decision is based on documented and verifiable information. The species is native to Oregon and in danger of extinction in the state, and its reproductive potential is in danger of failure. And then also, in addition to those 3, one of the factors listed in A through C must also exist. And so we'll give you a sec to read those. So next slide. So due to low population numbers and a declining trend, the National Marine Fisheries Service listed Southern Resident Orcas as endangered under the federal ESA in 2005. That federal listing protects Southern residents by prohibiting their take, which includes harassment, collection, or harm, and also requires federal agencies to consult with the National Marine Fisheries Service to ensure that their actions do not jeopardize the existence of Southern residents or adversely affect their critical habitat. So in 2006, the National Marine Fisheries Service designated critical habitat for Southern residents and then produced a recovery plan in 2008. Both of those actions are required for a listed species. And in addition to the federal listing, Southern residents have been listed as endangered in Canada since 2001, and in Washington, and all orcas are listed as endangered in Washington since 2004. Next slide. So per Oregon statute and rules, certain stakeholders must be consulted prior to a listing determination, which includes affected state and federal agencies, federally recognized tribes, local governments, and interested organizations and individuals. The department shared drafts of its biological assessment and proposed survival guidelines with stakeholders and incorporated input where we felt we could. We also met with the tribes interested in consultation on this issue. And to include the greater public in the process, we posted all the meeting material and issue related to this issue on our website. Next slide. So the Southern Resident Orca population consists of 3 pods designated JK and L. They're very social animals, and vocalizations are critical for communication, navigation, and foraging. Southern residents prey on fish, with Chinook salmon being preferred, probably due to their large size and high fat content. Reproduction for the population is delayed, with females typically having their first calf between 12 and 17 years of age. And the population is also experiencing several reproductive issues such as inbreeding, a high proportion of females that haven't produced a calf yet, and a high number of miscarriages. The average life expectancy is 29 years for females and 17 years for males. However, southern residents can live upwards of 70 years. Orcas do not have any natural predators, so most mortality is thought to be due to malnutrition and disease, but accidental mortalities can also occur. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Southern residents have been observed from southeast Alaska to central California, but until recently, use of the northern and southern ends of their range has been poorly understood. Therefore, when NMFS designated critical habitat for the population in 2006, it only included Washington's inland marine waters as shown in the light blue section on the top of the map in the Salish Sea area. And that's where all three pods spend the summer and fall. But more recent research indicates that the waters off of the coast of Washington, Oregon, and Northern California are used by the K and L pods during the winter and spring. So based on that research, the National Marine Fisheries Service expanded the critical habitat area in 2021 to include coastal waters between the 6 and 200 meter depth contours along the west coast, which is represented by the area shaded in dark blue on the map. And that band is roughly equal to a distance of around 15 to 60 miles offshore. So this new critical habitat includes the entire Oregon coast because it's an important migration corridor and extends well beyond Oregon's territorial sea, which is limited to 3 geographic miles offshore, which is about 3.5 statute miles. And satellite tagging data indicates that southern residents migrate on average about 3.7 miles from shore. And also that data indicates that the area near the mouth of the Columbia River is heavily utilized for foraging, especially when spring Chinook are returning to the Columbia. Next slide. So this graph shows the southern resident population size since 1960, and as you can see, it's varied quite a bit, averaging around 83 animals. There were 2 periods of major population decline, the first occurring in the late 1960s, as shown in the blue shaded band on the graph, and that was associated with collections for aquaria and marine parks. And then the second major decline, which is shaded in light gray, started after 1995, and that's been more gradual, but also more protracted. And the long-term decline is likely due to combined effects of reduced prey and other factors that I'll touch on shortly. So the current population size right now is 75 individuals distributed among the 3 pods as shown. And this small population size makes them vulnerable to catastrophic events such as oil spills or disease outbreaks. There were 2 new calves, 1 female, 1 male, born last year and added to the population. There was a 3rd male calf was born late in December, but it is now presumed dead, unfortunately. A National Marine Fisheries Service population viability analysis indicates that southern resident population will likely continue to decline over the next 25 years. Next slide. The federal recovery plan for southern residents identified 3 threats for the population that include lack of prey, noise and vessel disturbance, and environmental contaminants. Over time, the abundance of Chinook and the size have decreased, which has led to periods of malnutrition, stress, and reduced survival and reproduction. Sources of noise and vessel disturbance include recreational and whale watching boats, cargo ships, and in-water activities such as dredging, construction, and potentially marine energy development. Southern residents are exposed to pollutants through their consumption of contaminated prey with 2 types of chemicals especially concerning, including persistent organic pollutants or POPs and contaminants of emerging concern, CEC. The POPs include things like DDT and PCBs, which have been banned for decades, but continue to persist in our environment. And the CECs are things like are found in pharmaceuticals and personal health care, and they are difficult to treat in wastewater. And although lack of prey has been identified as a primary threat for Southern residents, all these threats are interactive and the effects accumulate over time. Next slide, please. So in the next 3 slides, we'll try and cover some of the existing management actions that are addressing these threats. For instance, salmon recovery efforts in the Northwest have been ongoing for decades and include large-scale programs like the Oregon Plan, the Private Forest Accord, and the Washington Governor's Salmon Strategy. Also work to improve fish passage through the Columbia Hydro System and projects to reduce predation on juvenile and adult salmonids. There's also management actions that address ocean salmon harvest, such as the Pacific Salmon Treaty between the U.S. and Canada, which should benefit Southern resident orcas through further reductions in Chinook harvest, and Amendment 21 on the Pacific Fishery Management Council's Salmon Plan outlines measures that are implemented when certain thresholds for ocean abundance of Chinook are met. And also recent funding from the Pacific Salmon Treaty and the Washington legislature will enhance hatchery production of Chinook with a goal of increasing the abundance of Chinook prey availability by 4 to 5%, which equates to around 20 million smolts released per year. Next slide. Several existing measures address disturbance from vessels and noise, including a mix of federal and state vessel regulations. The most restrictive of rules apply to Washington's inland marine waters, where orca vessel encounters are most frequent. The Be Whale-Wise program in Washington and British Columbia was developed to educate boaters on the best vessel practices and regulations. And in coastal waters off Washington, Oregon, and California, there are federal guidelines that advise boaters to stay 100 yards away from whales. There's also been some voluntary slowdown trials for cargo ships, which have been implemented in Puget Sound and British Columbia waters and have shown some success in reducing ambient noise. And in-water work such as construction and dredging is regulated by permits issued by the Army Corps of Engineers and requires consultation with the National Marine Fisheries Service, and work in Oregon marine waters such as marine energy projects would need to be consistent with the Oregon Territorial Sea Plan. Next slide. And our third slide on existing actions that are ongoing. In terms of water quality, the Clean Water Act and the Environmental Protection Agency have been instrumental in regulating contaminants over the past several decades. And the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System is administered by state agencies and has led to significant reductions in point source pollutants. Also, the Puget Sound Partnership, which is a relatively new Washington state agency, has been charged with coordinating cleanup of Puget Sound, and the Washington Department of Ecology has started to implement several of the Southern Resident Orca Task Force recommendations on contaminants. And finally, the Department of Environmental Quality regulates pollutants in Oregon, and together with the Coast Guard shares responsibility for oil spill responses in the state. Next slide. So that brings us back to the question of whether Southern resident orcas meet Oregon ESA listing criteria. So based on ODFW's biological assessment, which we have summarized in this presentation, staff concludes that Southern residents do meet the state listing criteria because the population has been studied and monitored for many years, and the biological status is well documented. The reproductive potential is in danger of failure due to small population size, inbreeding depression, and multiple threats to their continued existence. And Southern residents are native to Oregon and in danger of becoming extinct within the state. And in addition, the population is experiencing deterioration of its primary habitat through decreased abundance and quality of prey, pollution, and human-generated noise. Next slide. So here we would like to talk a little bit about the potential impacts of an Oregon listing for southern resident orcas, which will include both benefits and costs. One benefit of a state listing is that it will engage state agencies that have a role to play in southern resident conservation so that they can begin looking at potential actions to aid the population. And it will stimulate communication between agencies in Oregon and Washington. Another benefit is that outreach and education efforts stemming from a listing should help increase awareness of southern resident orcas in Oregon and the threats that they face. A cost would be that the agencies involved in southern resident conservation likely don't have any dedicated funding for the additional work. And if enhancing hatchery salmon production is something that ODFW finds it has capacity for and wants to implement to benefit southern residents, it will require additional funding, which may be difficult to secure. Also, any planned increased releases for hatchery fish will need to address potential negative impacts on wild populations and must be approved by the National Marine Fisheries Service. Next slide. Another impact is that survival guidelines for southern residents will need to be adopted at the time the commission determines a listing. And these guidelines are necessary. Whoops. That's it, isn't it? Yeah. So these guidelines are necessary to protect the members of the species and will help guide actions of state agencies. Staff has provided survival guidelines in attachment 3 for the commission's consideration. Next slide. And before making a listing determination for southern resident orcas, we wanted to point out that Administrative Rule 635-100-0105 states that the commission can decide not to list a species that otherwise qualifies for state listing under circumstances outlined on this slide. But the only circumstance that applies for southern residents would be item C, which is that they are already listed under Federal Endangered Species Act. So therefore, if the commission were to determine that the federal listing adequately protects southern residents in Oregon, it can decide not to state list the population. So that brings us to options for your consideration. Next slide. So options, we've listed 3 here on this slide, including 1 is to list southern resident orcas as endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act and adopt the survival guidelines proposed by staff. 2, you could list southern resident orcas as endangered and then have modified survival guidelines. Or 3, not list southern residents under the Oregon Endangered Species Act. So last slide. So because the current and projected status of southern resident orcas indicates that the population warrants listing, and because the population meets Oregon's listing criteria, staff recommends the commission list southern resident orcas as endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act and adopt survival guidelines as proposed in attachment 3. However, we would like to note that a state listing is unlikely to contribute significantly to the southern resident orca recovery because the proposed survival guidelines overlap with actions already being implemented to meet other state and federal requirements, and that the available data indicates that southern residents are absent from Oregon waters during a majority of the year, and that the state may not have sufficient funding to implement actions that support southern resident conservation and recovery. And that concludes our presentation, and we would be ready to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. I don't see cards up yet, but I do want to say, well, thank you first for the presentation, John, and the report. And I think this was your work, Howard, that went along with it was remarkably helpful. And I know that that's an immense amount of work. Just the bibliography that's attached to that shows that you did some serious work on that. And it was very helpful to have that. So those things get read and they make a difference. So you should know that when you're working away for months on those kinds of reports. I think that we will have lots of questions, but we're going to hear from other people first if we could. And unless people, I don't see any other questions yet. But we will have those. And so I think we'll move to the group of students who needs, thank you, who needs to get back to. Okay. So I can call on Donna. And John. So we have John Rosopepe going to introduce the students, and if we will bring those students up in a group as introduced by John. Or not?
You have his list, so that's. Yeah.
Minutes.
We usually, just to let the students know, we typically keep people to a 3-minute minimum. And it looks like you're already aware of that. Great, thank you. It's great to have students show up for these meetings, and it probably sounds a little dry to listen to it and listen to us go on and on about these things, but this is important stuff. You'll inherit our problems or maybe even come up with some of the solutions. So it's terrific that you're here and we appreciate it. Go ahead, John.
Chair and other members of the commission. My name's John Rosopepe. I'm the Pacific Northwest representative for the Endangered Species Coalition. We have over 13,000 members in Oregon. Real briefly, the Endangered Species Coalition supports the petition, and I will let my colleagues and other people speak more on specifics, although I would like to emphasize that unfortunately J60, the calf that was first noticed in December, is believed dead now. So we're in the downward trend again of 74. And on the slide, when talking about southern resident killer whales aren't in Oregon waters that much, in studies done by National Marine Fisheries Service, Dr. Hansen, it showed that when the southern resident killer whales are in coastal waters, 54% of their diet is from the Columbia River Basin. And of that, 29% of the 54% is from the lower Columbia, coming from Oregon waters. So Oregon does play an important part, and any help that can be given is needed. I'm very lucky. The Portland Sunnyside Environmental School approached me, I didn't approach them, about helping out in their oceans program. And I've been fortunate to be with the students on field trips. A few weeks ago, they worked with the Confluence Tribal Program, and we went out to the state park to Maya Lin's Blind, which talked about endangered species and tribal. So I'm going to be introducing students. So Hattie Stevens, Opal Woodbury, and Simon Centerville come up, along with Simone, sorry. Do you want to introduce them? Would you like to introduce them? I think that would be easier. Okay. All right. This is their teacher, so.
Okay. And as you come up, if you'll introduce yourself for the record too, so. Yeah.
Thank you, commissioners, for
Thank you.
your ability to switch things around.
Hello. I have a teacher voice, so I normally don't need a mic. My name's Carrie McCoy. I'm a teacher in Portland Public Schools at Sunnyside Environmental School. And the students are ready to we know the limit is 2 to 3 minutes. They have been studying orcas as part of our ocean curriculum at Sunnyside in the middle school. You're year of the forest, year of the mountain, year of the river, and year of the ocean.
Hi, my name is Hattie Stevens. I'm Opal Woodbury. And my name is Simone Centerwell. We're 8th graders at Sunnyside Environmental School. We're here on behalf of the southern resident killer whales. Orcas are known to some indigenous cultures as guardians of the ocean. Scientists tell us the same thing because the southern residents are keystone species. They keep the ecosystem in balance, helping structure and keep it going. Due to loss of Chinook salmon and pollution, among other things, the southern resident populations are extremely low. I've never seen an orca before, but I know from learning about them that they are amazing and extremely intelligent animals. As I learn more and more about them, I realize how important they are to the ecosystem and the world around them. Southern residents are keystone species, meaning without them, many other species would also go extinct. The ecosystem would be impacted if they disappeared.
You may be thinking, why do we need the southern residents on the state endangered species list if we already have them on the federal list? We need people to recognize orcas' dwindling numbers so we can get more support to help raise their population and save their species. While federal listing is helpful, some of its provisions only apply to federal actions. Sakashita Ocean's program director for the nonprofit Center for Biological Diversity said via email. Listing orcas on the state endangered species list will benefit them and other animals that revolve around the orca's life cycle. For example, Chinook salmon are the southern residents' main food source due to their ginormous size and nutritional value. But unfortunately, the remaining Chinook salmon populations are as little as 10% of their historical numbers, the United States Environmental Protection Agency.
You all could grow up to see that the southern resident killer whales failed to survive, my teacher said while talking to us about this hearing. My heart and my peers' hearts ache knowing that this is possible. The orcas are something interesting to learn about and a passion for many. Not only are they one of the most unique beings, but they are part of culture, whether it be the Northwestern tribes who fight for the salmon and orcas' survival, or students like me who only learned about these problems 6 months ago. Orcas are very intelligent creatures who have systems and families just like us. They have traditions and culture passed down through their mothers and grandmothers that are much more valuable than a family heirloom. These sentient beings are more than just an animal. They are part of a system, part of a family, part of the world. We can't just let them die. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again for testifying. It really does make a difference. So thank you.
Yeah.
Sure.
You talk a long time, you might miss the math class, so that'd be.
Hello, my name is Bowden Cherokee, and I am a 6th grader at Sunnyside Environmental School. I'm here to support. Hello, my name is Bowden Cherokee, and I am a 6th grader at Sunnyside Environmental School. I'm here to support listing the southern resident killer whales as endangered species in the state of Oregon. These whales are in dire need of protection. There are only 74 of them alive today. The southern resident whales are very intelligent creatures, and there is still much we have to learn from them. For example, each pod of whales has its own unique dialect. Their main food source is the Chinook or king salmon. These fish used to weigh around 100 pounds each, but are now only around 30 pounds, which is concerning for the whale's health and puts them at high risk for death from lack of food. In addition to the lack of their preferred prey, the southern resident killer whale population is declining because of the high contaminant levels in the Salish Sea and noise pollution, which are both caused by massive cargo ships and boat traffic. Most of what is harming and eventually killing the southern residents is caused by human activity. There is, however, still hope for these whales if we take action to help them. An example that there is still hope is the black-footed ferret. At one point, there were only 18 ferrets left in the wild, and as you likely already know, through the conservation efforts of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, humans were able to increase their numbers to over 350 living in the wild today. If we list the southern residents as a state endangered species, we can launch conservation programs to save them, just as we did the ferrets. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next student. Go ahead and
Just 1 second and then we'll let you do that. Okay, if you'd like to, and introduce yourself if you will.
Hello, my name is Clara Grace Push from Sunnyside Environmental School, and I'm in 7th grade. Orcas have been around for 50 million years, and now they are threatened by extinction. As they teeter on the brink of being lost, just 74 southern resident killer whales are left struggling through. Orcas are very intelligent, with an IQ equivalent to a 16-year-old human. They also have very deep emotional range. For instance, in 2018, J35's young calf died shortly after birth. To mourn, the new heartbroken mother pushed the corpse of her calf 1,600 kilometers through the ocean for 17 days, which journalists called the tour of grief. Now you may ask yourself, why would I care? And many do. Why would I care that orcas go extinct? How does it affect me? Orcas and whales in general have a healthy effect on the ecosystem. They help stimulate growth of phytoplankton and help move nutrients deeper into the ocean. Phytoplankton are the base of many interlocking food chains and are also among the world's most important sources of oxygen, and they absorb carbon. All in all, I believe saving help and helping protect orcas is going to be so crucial to the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ingrid Hago. I'm 12 years old and a 7th grader at Sunnyside Environmental School. I'm here to share why I think it is critical for the southern resident orcas to be added to the Oregon Endangered Species List. Experts say that we are in the midst of the 6th mass extinction, only between 10 to 100,000 times faster than the natural extinction rate. Every day around the world, up to 150 species are going extinct, and the southern resident orcas cannot be one of them. Why, you might ask, why do these animals matter so much? Well, the southern resident orcas are keystone species and apex predators. They play an essential role in the health of other species and the structure of the ecosystems they are in. When they die, the nutrients from their body is extremely important to the health of the ocean floor. They are also an indicator species and express potential stressors to the entire ecosystem. All of this proves that if these animals end up extinct, the detrimental impact to the ecosystem will be extreme, and there will be a definite trophic cascade. These animals, as well as salmon, are not only an essential part of countless marine ecosystems, but are very culturally and spiritually significant to many indigenous tribes who for years have been fighting for their restoration. Some tribes native to the Salish Sea even describe orcas as family members under the water. Unfortunately, without further help, these animals are unlikely to survive due to water contaminants that penetrate their blubber and fish they eat, underwater vessel noise that drowns out their calls, and most of all, lack of salmon causing these animals to starve. These orcas are at their lowest numbers in 30 years, and because of the conditions they are in, 75% of orca pregnancies fail, on top of the 42% of calves that don't survive. This further proves their need for protection. The Endangered Species Coalition says scientists predict without immediate action, this orca population will go extinct. And the Center for Whale Research wrote that southern resident orcas' survival depends on immediate action from the government. We need to take action on behalf of these sentient beings, and that includes protecting Chinook salmon, who are 70% of their diet. I feel strongly that these orcas need to be state protected because although they are on the federal list, currently they are only affected by federal actions, and being on both lists would unlock many more tools and resources to address the struggles they are facing. In addition, the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Department and other state agencies would need to come up with a plan to address the threats they're facing. This is why the southern resident orcas need to be added to the Oregon Endangered Species List. Because when I grow up to be an adult, I want to be able to visit the San Juan Islands as I do now and see a pod of healthy and thriving orcas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. All right, we're good. My name is Ames, and the reason I feel drawn to the southern resident killer whales, as well as orcas as a whole, is the mental similarities between us and them. They have culture. They play around and dress up in kelp. They can experience complex emotions like grief. They have friend groups. They are wholly sentient beings like us, charismatic, spunky, and sweet. And I want to see them splashing around the Salish Sea in the future, teaching their calves and grandcalves their unique methods of hunting. And sometimes I wonder, what would happen if the roles were switched? Would they show us mercy and take the action necessary to spare us from the brutal fate of extinction? Most likely, yes. Orcas are compassionate and support members of their pods however they can, and would even help us. There's even footage of orcas offering a wildlife photographer food that they had just recently caught. And even though it wasn't a 5-star meal, it showed kindness, empathy, and heart. I hold out hope that you make the choice to grant them endangered species status in the state of Oregon. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Who's going first?
We're a group together. Okay. Hi, I'm Ellie Nine. This is Eon Rick and Sophie Dusavar. We are 8th graders at Sunnyside Environmental School. We have a story about orcas and why we think they matter. CQ and Raven were 2 orca sisters in the southern resident killer whale K-pod. CQ was older than Raven, but they had babies about the same time. CQ had Vega and Raven had Corvus. Raven was young to be having a baby, and shortly after birth, she got skinnier and skinnier and eventually got peanut head and passed away. Lack of prey and birthing complications are likely reasons for Raven's death. After Raven's death, CQ tried to take care of and give milk to both Vega and Corvus. Usually mother orcas do not do this type of thing, and it's very rare for them to tend to other whales' babies. So since CQ did this, you can see that their sister relationship must have been very strong. But eventually Corvus and Vega both died because CQ could not provide enough milk for both of them. This story highlights both southern resident whales' current troubles as well as how they have emotion and care for each other and are a true family and deserve to be protected.
If southern resident killer whales were extinct, the entire ocean ecosystem would be at risk. Due to the fact that they are apex predators, they regulate the population of many ocean animals. This would affect our future drastically, us and the ocean ecosystems. In conclusion, we believe that southern resident killer whales need to be added to the state endangered species list in order for them to be completely protected. If they go extinct or have a loss of species in our world, that could have a drastic impact on our future lives and the ecosystems in which we and all organisms live. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you all. I think one of you said that you've only been working on this for about 6 months. You showed a remarkable understanding of what's going on for 6 months. So thank you for coming, and we appreciate it. It's great to hear from you. So do it again sometime. So you all are going to stay for a few minutes, or you have to get back to your class? We would like to hear some other public comment, and then good. Then I will start through people, and I will call 3 names, and some of these are online. So Kathleen Calicky, Brady Bradshaw, and Deborah Giles. Is it Giles? Okay. Is it Giles? Yes, Giles. Sorry. Deborah Giles. And she's been here before, I should. Yes, she has. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Good morning, commissioners. I had to rearrange my testimony because those wonderful children took all my points. So I am fine with that. Anyway, good morning, Chair Wall, commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Kathleen Callaghy. I'm a Northwest representative for Defenders of Wildlife. We're a national conservation organization with about 48,000 residents or members here in Oregon. First, I want to say thank you. Thank you for taking up our petition. This action was petitioned by ourselves, Center for Biological Diversity, and Whale and Dolphin Conservation. It is so very much needed, and it will be impactful. And those are the 2 points I really want to stress today. I think the need has been well established by others and testimony before and after me. So I want to come back to impact. In the staff presentation, it was mentioned that this listing will likely not contribute significantly to southern resident orca recovery because it duplicates work already being done. I want to say that that is largely up to the people in this room, to you all. I think that if we adopt survival guidelines with meaningful goals and meaningful actions, that we can do better. So we have submitted comments that are in your packets suggesting that we edit those survival guidelines to especially add additional actions on wild salmon recovery and on reducing noise in Oregon coastal waters. And these are two actions that have been highlighted to be necessary for southern resident orca recovery. As far as that we hear, we understand that the funding situation is dire and real. However, we don't expect you to do this alone. We are here as our organizations to provide our expertise, our program and policy expertise, and as well as to lobby for all that funding that you need to get this done. So and then finally, I just want to stress one more time the need of this species. They numbered 88 when they were first listed as endangered by the federal government in 2005. It's almost 20 years later and they're at 74. So 2 ESA listings, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, and all the actions that were presented by staff earlier have not been enough to stop the decline of this species. They need literally all the help that we can give them. And we have one at most 2 generations to get it done. So we need Oregon in the game, and we would greatly appreciate it if you would approve the listing with strong survival guidelines today.
Thank you. Brady.
Thank you, Chair Wall and commissioners. My name is Brady Bradshaw, commenting today on behalf of the Center for Biological Diversity. Southern resident orcas and wild Chinook salmon have an ancient relationship that beautifully weaves together the northern Rocky Mountains and the depths of the Pacific Ocean. These orcas eat the salmon, but due to a lack of prey, southern residents are now struggling to survive. And many interconnected threats make it even harder for them to hunt their already scarce prey and keep this amazing ancient relationship intact and alive. Increasing salmon production in hatcheries has served as an interim life support measure to support Oregon's orcas. But in the long term, for the safety of both the salmon and the orcas, Oregon's natural ecosystems must be restored to sustain healthy wild Chinook salmon runs without human intervention. The science shows that wild Chinook salmon have greater spawning success, naturally returning to their native streams to spawn. Not only do these wild king salmon have a better chance at survival, but with higher fat and nutritional content, they are much more valuable to the southern resident orcas than are the smaller hatchery salmon. As a competitive breath-holding freediver myself, I can tell you that dives take a lot of energy. When an orca chases and catches a Chinook salmon, the bigger that salmon is, the more return on investment the orca gets for its energy output. It's very important for orcas to process new fats because starving orca mothers are more likely to tap into stored fats in their bodies, which have higher toxicity levels and pass toxins onto their calves when nursing. If hatchery production is increased to feed orcas, it's critical that Oregon monitors and minimizes harmful genetic impacts on wild salmon, takes steps to ensure that hatchery salmon are actually getting to the orcas, and establishes a clear and transparent process for review of the hatchery program. Most importantly, Oregon should rely on the best available science to inform these programs. Finally, we support vessel buffers of at least 1,000 yards to protect these orcas from noise disturbances and human interference. As mentioned, the orcas need every benefit we can provide. Maintaining a safe distance is an easy way to let them hunt and live in peace while they recover. Today, we're really close to losing the southern resident orcas forever, and that's why we need all hands on deck. Please list the southern resident orcas as an endangered species and adopt strong survival guidelines that direct the state's resources toward recovering wild Chinook salmon that the orcas need to survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Brady. And we, just real quickly before we go to you, Deborah, the next 3 after that are Regina Asmutis Sylvia, Quinn Reed, and Pamela Reber. So we'll go to you, Deborah. Deborah Giles.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you to the commissioners for taking my comments. My name is Dr. Deborah Giles. I'm the Science and Research Director at the nonprofit Wild Orca. I've been studying the southern resident killer whales since 2005, the year of their federal listing as an endangered species, when there were 88 individual whales. We conduct research on whale feces to assess the health of individual whales and by extension, the entire population. One thing is abundantly clear. These whales are nutritionally deprived, which is leading to high rates of preterm miscarriages and calves who are born and die right away. Oregon's waters play a critical role in feeding the southern residents. Research on satellite tagged whales show that they spend a disproportionate amount of time at the mouth of the Columbia River, especially when spring Chinook are returning to the river from Alaska. These fecal samples collected there and analysis of prey remains show that Chinook salmon are the whale's primary food source on the outer coast, with over half of the Chinook coming from the Columbia Basin. Not only are Chinook fewer in number these days, they have decreased significantly in size, forcing the whales to forage further and longer for the same amount of nutrition. Prior to 1850, Chinook salmon sometimes were massive in size, measuring nearly 5 feet tall and sometimes weighing over 120 pounds. Today, according to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's webpage, the average size of an ocean-caught Chinook is between 12 and 15 pounds, downright puny by comparison to their ancestors. Chinook and other salmon species continue to decline coast-wide, as is evidenced by the listing from NOAA Fisheries of 28 populations of salmon and steelhead on the West Coast as threatened or endangered on the Endangered Species under the Endangered Species Act. These populations of salmon are vital to the southern resident killer whale's survival. Simply put, to recover the southern residents, we really need the state of Oregon to join with British Columbia, the state of Washington, and the federal government to list this distinct population of whales as endangered. We need to work together to better manage resources, especially salmon from the Columbia River Basin. These whales are a unique population genetically and culturally, and they deserve our help, protection, and our hard work to help recover them. It is through no fault of theirs that they are declining. Only by working closely together, by amplifying and coordinating our efforts, will we be able to mitigate the harm we have caused these highly intelligent and social mammals. As a killer whale scientist and a conservation biologist, I respectfully ask the state of Oregon to list the southern residents as an endangered species. Thank you again, all of you there, for your time and the opportunity to provide public comment today.
Thank you, Dr. Giles. And we'll go to, thank you both. We'll go to Regina Esmudas Silvia, who is also online. Go ahead.
Good morning. Hopefully everybody can hear me.
We can.
And great, thank you. And again, just reiterating the students who spoke earlier, it makes me feel really hopeful for the future for all of us. Thank you to all the commission for the opportunity to comment today. My name again is Regina Esmudas Silvia, and I'm an executive director and senior biologist of Whale and Dolphin Conservation's North American office. We are an international organization dedicated to the protection of whales and dolphins, and we do have members who reside in the state of Oregon. We are also a co-petitioner on this request to list southern resident orcas on the Oregon's endangered species list. As you've already heard previously, they're a culturally distinct population. Like many unique cultures that live in Oregon, southern residents have their own traditions. Mentioned earlier in this meeting, I heard someone talk about the fact that there's Oregon school systems where students speak 19 different languages. Similarly, the vocalizations of southern resident orcas are unique. They have their own language and their own population. They gather for social outings. They've been seen draping kelp over their bodies. Just as human cultures, they adhere to strict diets. In this case, as you know, that they favor salmon, especially the Chinook salmon from the Columbia River Basin. With only 74 individuals remaining, their loss is literally irreplaceable. They're known to be an economic driver in the Pacific Northwest, and there are emerging data that are increasingly demonstrating that whales play a significant role in the health of marine ecosystems. By providing nutrients to phytoplankton, they're producing at least half the Earth's oxygen. The base of the marine food webs are sustaining commercially and ecologically valuable fish. Therefore, the survival of these whales are linked very much inextricably to our own. The primary threats facing the species are related to human activities, which means that there are tangible solutions that can be put in place. Also heard that the population is currently listed in the federal endangered species list, but there are opportunities for additional protections that are clearly needed, that state listings can do that. And we've seen that very much with North Atlantic right whales on the East Coast with additional state protections, even though they are federally listed. So the possibility right now is for Oregon to implement strong survival guidelines and address some of the most pressing issues that are not only impacting orcas, but also wild salmon recovery, which we know is another issue that's of considerable concern and importance to the residents of Oregon. Our organization submitted comments that specifically address these additional actions to strengthen the guidelines and make Oregon a leader in protecting these endangered whales. And we strongly urge you to support this petition and implement the survival guidelines with the provisions that our organizations have outlined. And again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Quinn Reed. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher, my name is Quinn Reed, and I'm the Conservation Director of Bird Alliance of Oregon, formerly Portland Audubon. I'm still getting used to it myself. Bird Alliance of Oregon has worked to protect Oregon's coastal habitats and its species since our founding in 1902. But just on a personal note, I want to share that these orcas are a big part of the reason I became an advocate when I got in the conservation field. You know, growing up, I didn't have many opportunities to have wildlife encounters. But when I was, well over 13, my grandpa bought this janky little sailboat and we would putter around the San Juan Islands. And I remember seeing the Southern residents the first time and just how awed I was by seeing this family. And the more I learned about them, the more I wanted to do something to help them. And, you know, as I heard one of the students in particular say, I want to go to the San Juans and I want to see the species. And I mean, I kind of lost it a little bit there when I heard that, because I so desperately want that for all of these students. I want that for my son. I want it for all young people. You know, we protect what we love. We have to know things. We have to love things. We don't do that if they're gone. So I just want to say such a big thank you to all the students who came out today and to all of you for listening. With that, I urge you strongly to support the staff recommendation to list the southern resident orcas as endangered under the Oregon ESA and to adopt strong survival guidelines incorporating suggested revisions from Petitioners Defenders of Wildlife, the Center for Biological Diversity, and Whale and Dolphin Conservation. As you consider listing, I do think it's useful to reflect on the lessons learned from uplisting marbled murrelets under the Oregon ESA. In particular, I'd like to remind everyone that survival guidelines are the key to making listing effective and meaningful. So as state agencies developed their endangered species management plans for marbled murrelets, we saw that survival guidelines were interpreted as a ceiling for protections. So while agencies could theoretically have taken more protective measures, in practice, none of them did so. So given the dire situation for southern resident orcas, it's important that you set the bar high enough to make a meaningful difference, both for ODFW itself, but maybe especially for the other agencies who will only act according to your mandate. And I know we're running short on time, and these students said it better than I ever could have. So I will conclude there. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Quinn. We'll go to Pamela Reber online, and then Josh McGinnis, Katie Russell, and Madison Plummer. So, Pamela.
Chair Wall, I do not believe Pamela is in the virtual room at this time.
Josh McGinnis, then. Is Josh here?
Josh is.
Go ahead, Josh.
I am sorry about that. Hi, my name is Josh McInnes. I'm a marine mammal scientist with the University of British Columbia's Institute for Oceans and Fisheries. My specialty is killer whale behavior, and a lot of my work the last couple of years have been actually working with the community in Oregon to develop a monitoring program for sightings of killer whales. And what's really exciting is that we've seen and been able to collect data from fishermen and people in the community of southern resident killer whales at particular offshore fishing banks, and also as well as just spreading the word with people. We developed a social media group with now over 10,000 Oregon locals that have contributed sightings of killer whales dating back to the early 2000s, enabling us to even identify most animals that were in the area through the photo identification process. Oregon is a special area for a few different types of killer whales that occur there, both transients, residents, and offshores, and acts as an area that has multiple different habitats. As part of the research we're conducting primarily on the other form, the transients, we do know that southern residents do occur both in Oregon and south to the California waters, with sightings that we've had off central California as well. So their movements between areas are important. So I like to highly recommend these animals be listed as endangered with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, as they're an important species for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And Katie Russell, and then Madison Plummer. And thank you again to the students for coming. Thank you. Bye. One second, Katie.
No problem.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much to the members of the Oregon State Fish and Wildlife Commission for having us today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the Southern Resident Killer Whales listing on the Oregon Endangered Species Act. My name is Katie Russell. I'm the Education and Outreach Manager testifying on behalf of Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition. Oregon Shores is a nonprofit whose vision is a healthy and resilient Oregon coast where all people and nature thrive together. We work to achieve this by engaging, educating, and empowering people to protect and increase the resilience of the coast's ecosystems, landscapes, and communities. We represent over 3,000 Oregonians who support our efforts to protect the Oregon coast now and in the future. We support the Commission listing the southern resident killer whales under the state's Endangered Species Act to provide additional necessary protection throughout their critical habitat off our coast. Listing them is not just an act of conservation for the present, but a commitment to the future generations, as those students showed us so well earlier this morning. Sorry, I lost my spot because the students were so good. Oregon Shores was born from the people's support of the Beach Bill. In Oregon, the beaches belong to the people, and we want a future where people can see and appreciate a thriving pod of southern resident killer whales in the waters off the Pacific Northwest. Additionally, state agencies like ODFW are responsible for managing marine resources and wildlife in public trust. So it is imperative that the agency do everything it can to protect this species. We further urge the Commission to take a holistic, ecosystem-based approach in the survival guidelines to support their recovery. Listing the southern residents is an opportunity to bolster their primary food source, the wild salmon, which are also declining in population. It is well established that improving watershed health through restoration is the most meaningful action that can be taken to increase wild salmon populations, and doing so has co-benefits for water quality and supports many other fish and wildlife species. We encourage ODFW to focus on protecting and restoring natural watershed processes to improve wild salmon population. In the long term, ecosystem-focused restoration efforts are more effective and less expensive than hatchery production. Additionally, this approach would be synergistic in helping the state achieve further progress on existing salmon recovery efforts. These whales are not just a part of our ecosystem. They embody a legacy we leave behind for our children and grandchildren. By safeguarding their habitat and ensuring their survival, we preserve a vital piece of our natural heritage for generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie. Madison Plummer. And after Madison, I'll just name the other three. Nikki Dennis, Chelsea Stewart Fusick, and Rebecca Ramage. So go ahead, if you will.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm a little nervous. I've never spoken at something like this before, so this is exciting. But thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Madison Plummer. I'm here mainly as a member of the public, but I'm also a biology instructor at Clackamas Community College, a graduate of conservation biology, and a volunteer at the Bird Alliance of Oregon, formerly known as Audubon. I'm Oregon raised. I've taken trips to the San Juans and I've seen the orcas, and I grew up admiring them, as well as our wildlife, our beautiful green forests, our unique coastal and river landscapes, so much so that I became a teacher that works teaching conservation topics I teach conservation biology, amongst other biologies, micro. And I first began, though, teaching 6th grade. And so I couldn't help but getting emotional watching all of them come up and talk, because those are my students too, I felt. And although when I taught 6th grade, I could hardly get them to bring a pencil to class and charge their Chromebooks, I didn't have any trouble at all getting them to care about our environment or our animals. And they were a testimony to that. I would weave in a lot of conservation-minded topics into everything that we were supposed to teach. And my principal was okay with that. I taught a lot about endangered species, and they got so passionate and so excited. And they would come to my desk and say, how are we affecting these animals so greatly that we are killing so many species? And our impacts and climate change and everything are impacting them so greatly. Why are we not doing more? And I would look at them and say, well, it's a multi-dimensional issue. When we talk about climate change, and even with my college students today, it's a multi-dimensional issue. So it requires multi-dimensional solutions. And it's hard not to get wrapped up in the doom and gloom of it when I'm teaching about all of the injustices, the endangerment of species, everything. And my college students often look at me and at the end of the period and they go, how can we do anything? How can we make a difference? And this is one way. This is one way we can make a difference. I show them lots of Jane Goodall clips about hope, and we talk about value systems. College students, it's a little bit tougher to get them to acknowledge that they can make a difference. We talk about instrumental and relational values, as well as intrinsic value. And I actually got 5 letters of testimony from my college students, as well as 75 signatures supporting these measures. When I told my students about this meeting today, they were eager to make their voices heard. They had questions and concerns, but more importantly, they wanted to finally do something that they could be a part of, some way that they could help. When given the opportunity, people will step up and fight. And even though they tell me there's no hope, we can't do anything sometimes, when I ask them, well, why should we enlist the orcas as an endangered species, they take pause, because we all know how much it matters. And those kids put it more eloquently than I did too. But I wanted to come here as a teacher too and just be a voice for them too. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Nikki Dennis, and then Chelsea Stewart Fusick, Rebecca Ramage. So Nikki.
Chair Wall, Nikki is not in the virtual room at this time.
And what about Chelsea?
Chelsea is present, and then Rebecca is also not in the virtual room at this moment.
Okay. Go ahead, Chelsea.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Chelsea Stewart Fusick. I'm testifying as a community member who was born and raised in the Pacific Northwest and who has a deep personal connection to our coastal places and to the creatures and habitats we share these ecosystems with. As it's been repeated many times here today, before the orca part of the day even began, Oregon's an amazing place, and orcas are part of what make it that way. Orcas have flourished in our oceans for tens of millions of years. In a miraculously short time, their populations have been decimated due to anthropogenic forces. We humans have killed them to protect the fishing industry. We've ripped them from their families to put on display in aquariums. We've poisoned their habitat and their food sources. We kill them with boats, and we have released so much carbon dioxide into the atmosphere that now climate change is presenting new threats and exacerbating those that already existed. And because orca populations are so small, they're now at great risk of inbreeding. And the fact of the matter is there's very little time remaining for this iconic species, and you commissioners have the opportunity today to change the trajectory they're on, a trajectory toward extinction. As many have said here, there are 74 of these animals left. The listing is desperately needed as evidenced by the fact that existing protections alone are just not working. We know they're not working because there are 74 of these animals left. We need all hands on deck. The state of Washington rightly recognized that it has the power to help orcas, and it's time for Oregon to do the same. Oregon's agencies can help by restoring Chinook salmon and managing fisheries for the benefit of orcas, by cracking down on land use practices that harm our salmon runs, and by working collaboratively with our communities and our state's many nonprofit organizations. And because I know that money talks, I'll also just note that orcas attract millions of people to the Oregon coast every year to support the multi-billion-dollar tourism industry that support our coastal towns. Orcas are vital to Oregon, to our people, including our tribes, our ecosystems, our culture. They're nearing extinction before our eyes, but we can change this by using every tool in our toolkit. And if we do lose them, it means we didn't try hard enough. Commissioners, for the orcas and for our future generations, please wield all available power you have to save them by listing them under the OESA and by implementing the strongest survival guidelines possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Tricia Sharma, and then Leonard Krug and John Ward, and Leonard and John are both virtual. So Tricia.
Hello, I'm Tricia Sharma, and I'm here today as an Oregon resident and a lover of Oregon's orcas to urge this commission to sit on the right side of history and approve the listing of the southern resident orcas under the Oregon ESA, and to do so in as impactful a way as possible by promoting the recovery of the wild salmon that the orcas need to thrive. As someone who grew up in a landlocked Midwestern state, enjoying Oregon's astoundingly diverse coastal ecosystem has been one of the most enchanting parts of living here. The southern resident orcas and the salmon that keep them alive play a vital role in these ecosystems, and to deny listing would be to take one of the state's most unique attributes for granted. The state of Oregon is uniquely positioned to promote recovery of wild salmon, limit marine contaminants and noise disturbance, and engage with Oregon residents on how best to protect these beloved orcas. In particular, Oregon has one of the most important roles to play in the survival of these orcas, considering the large percentage of their diet that comes from the Columbia Basin during the spring calving season. While the federal listing of these orcas was an important step, listing under the Oregon ESA is crucial because federal protections have clearly been inadequate to begin recovery of the orca population. Oregon has the power to protect additional habitat that the federal government cannot, but that impacts the availability of food for the orcas and the integrity of the coastal ecosystem. With populations at just 74 individuals, these orcas clearly need every protection available to ensure their survival. Finally, this listing will formalize Oregon's commitment to seeing these very special, complex animals thrive and send a strong message to the rest of the Pacific Northwest and the world that we will not be complicit in their decline. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. Leonard Krug, and I see you're there, and then John Ward. After that, Jennifer Smith, Patricia Snabel, and Hannah Williams. So go ahead, Leonard.
Thank you, Director Melcher, Commissioners, and newly appointed Interim Director Pomera. My name is Leonard Krug, and I serve as the President for the Oregon Anglers Alliance. Today, you'll decide whether or not to add the southern resident killer whale to the list of Oregon endangered species. Now, with this listing comes a tremendous amount of responsibility to ensure that Oregon will take all of the necessary steps to reduce mortality rates of southern resident killer whales. According to the experts, the primary food source, specifically Chinook salmon, has dwindled to the point of them starving to death, so much so that even when they somehow produce an offspring, calves have little or no chance of survival. In addition, we have realized that the population's genetic diversity is so marginalized by too few orcas that it too is compromising their chances for survival. Now we have dedicated untold billions of dollars towards wild fish recovery programs in the name of habitat restoration. And while these efforts are very noble, according to NOAA, these strategies have proven to be too little, too late, and too slow in producing enough benefits for their survival. The Oregon Anglers Alliance and its constituents are some of the original wild fish advocates, but we are also hatchery fish advocates. We know that well-run hatchery programs can and have been used to supplement and even restart natural origin populations. Some additional benefits include restoring critical nutrients that benefit all aquatic species, thus enriching the ecosystem as a whole. For too long, we've looked at salmon as being the primary indicator species. We've ignored everything from our tiny macroinvertebrates to insects to the lamprey eel. We are now losing what is perhaps the largest and prolific indicator species of all, the southern resident killer whale. Now, whether you decide to list the orcas or not, the Oregon Anglers Alliance wants to remind you that this is a very defining moment in time. It's important that you be proactive in your approach and take action. Utilize conservation measures that are within the confines of federal law and enact an action plan now that will provide the quickest and most effective solution for their survival. The current NOAA recommendation to increase salmon abundance by utilizing hatchery production is the foremost expert biological and legal opinion to help recover these animals. Please provide comment to support the preferred alternative put forth by NOAA and help save these wonderful creatures.
Thank you, Leonard. John Ward and then Jennifer Smith.
Chair Wall, at this time, we do not have John Ward or Jennifer in the virtual room.
Then Patricia, thank you. Patricia Schnabel and Hannah Williams, both of whom are also.
Patricia is not here. Hannah is online.
Hannah, go ahead. Hannah Williams?
Yep, she's working on it.
Yes, can you hear me? Oh, there goes my camera.
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hi, I'm Hannah Williams from the organization In Defense of Animals, and I am representing over 4,000 of our Oregon supporters. I will keep this pretty brief because I think the students and other presenters did such a wonderful job illustrating how important these animals are. But at In Defense of Animals, we implore you to list the southern resident orcas as endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act. Southern resident orcas are an important species in the ecosystem, and it is crucial that they are protected. Their numbers have been declining for years, now down to 74 individuals. Like presented earlier, the primary struggles impacting these killer whales are a decline in their prey, boat disturbances, and chemical pollution. These killer whales are already listed as endangered under the Federal Endangered Species Act, but that is not enough. Having them listed under the state's Endangered Species Act will allow even more resources to go into addressing the causes of their decline and ensuring the survival of this incredible species that Oregon doesn't want to lose. Thank you for your consideration of this important issue.
Thank you, Hannah. David Moskowitz, Dave Keene, and Conrad Gowell. And David, if you want to go ahead first, and then we'll go to virtual and then come back to you.
Thank you, Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher, David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler, and congrats to Sunnyside Environmental School students. My daughter Madison is a proud 2010 graduate of that school, and I sent her a text and let her know that these guys were here. She was very excited. We support the staff recommendation to list the southern resident killer whales under the state ESA. We're very concerned about staff recommendations regarding increased hatchery production within the survival guidelines document. Hatchery Chinook will never meet the necessary nutrition for orcas. Orcas are a keystone predator. Would you expect a bald eagle to survive and be that big if they had to hunt hummingbirds? Chinook evolutionary calling card is its size. It's not numbers. And we cannot mitigate this by producing more hatchery fish. Chinook population health is measured by biomass. We've heard about the June hogs. We've lost 50% of their overall size since 1940. And this mixed stock, non-selective fisheries in the open ocean has helped reduce that Chinook age. And I have a good article about it right here in the Osprey, which I'll leave with you. But let me repeat that. The reduced wild Chinook age and size at maturity comes from the harvest. The hatchery Chinook do not attain the size of wild fish because they actually mature at an earlier age. They result in smaller adults and with many more mini jacks and jacks. So this difference between hatchery and wild fish will only increase the loss of biomass for the orcas as they are forced to hunt for smaller and smaller prey. And that stress and nutrition depletion contributes to the reduced offspring survival. We basically turned the orca from a great blue heron into a kingfisher. So close your eyes and think about great blue heron, kingfisher, and the difference in that hunting style to earn the food that they need to live. That's what's happening by putting smaller fish out there. Older Chinook carry more eggs, they dig better reds, they're deeper in the current, they're less likely to be scoured. They basically, big wild Chinook put more lottery tickets in a safer bowl on top of the mantle. Okay, more eggs in a better place. That's their evolutionarily success strategy. Hatcheries as a solution here is difficult because the North Pacific is probably reaching carrying capacity with all of the hatchery fish that have been put in by many countries in the Pacific, across the Pacific Rim. And the further climate change is destabilizing currents and prey species for salmon. So any salmon that's put out in the ocean is going to have a harder time making a living. Food is the currency of the natural world. Imagine walking into a video game arcade where you had 100 pennies in your pocket. You had to stand in line to get 4 quarters to go play the game. You've wasted time, and that's what these orcas are doing. They're wasting time hunting small fish. The hatchery production already harms depressed wild populations. I'm going to close in a second. I realize I'm well past. Man, oh, I can't stand that. They already harm depressed wild salmon populations, both ESA listed and candidate species. There's no evidence that hatchery production is benign in the natural world. And proving that this is a mitigation will fail to provide the benefit for these whales. Chinook harvest has to be reduced in the marine areas, ocean and marine areas, all along the migratory path. NOAA, I'm gonna end, and thank you very much for the time. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Dave. Let's go to Dave Keene.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Wall. I hope you can hear me. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Director Melcher and commissioners. I do want to thank John North for his excellent presentation, very informative. And being a retired high school marine biology teacher was just so refreshing, as you mentioned, Chair Wall, about having students speak at this meeting. That was great. Who am I? My name is Dave Keene. I serve as the president of the Oregon South Coast Fishermen. We are a STEP group, which is a salmon trout enhancement program. We're based in Brookings, Oregon, and we currently have a little over 230 members. I realize today you'll decide whether or not to add the southern resident killer whales to the list of Oregon endangered species. As been mentioned many, many times today in the presentations, the primary food source for this particular, or these particular pods, is Chinook salmon. Wouldn't it be great? I don't think we'd be in this position to make a decision if the primary food source were pinnipeds, seals and sea lions, which are in abundance. In fact, I think they're in overabundance, and they also prey upon Chinook salmon. Chinook salmon numbers have dwindled. To me, it makes perfect sense that we should actually increase hatchery production of Chinook salmon. I'm also a wild salmon advocate, but we need to do something. And I think the quickest way to help our ecosystem, and particularly this group of orcas, is to increase hatchery production. I urge you to support the current NOAA recommendation to increase salmon abundance by utilizing hatchery production. Thank you for the opportunity to give input, and thank you, Director Melcher, for all your years of service, and I wish you happy retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Go ahead, Conrad.
Thank you, Chair Wall, members of the commission, for the opportunity to comment today. For the record, my name is Conrad Gowell, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Wild Fish Conservancy as someone who is engaged in environmental policy throughout the Pacific Northwest my entire life. Our organization wholeheartedly supports listing southern resident killer whales under the Oregon Endangered Species Act. We have reviewed the biological assessment of southern resident orcas and agree with many of the findings of the population trends, threats, and management actions. Foremost, we urge you to take strong and decisive action to ensure the whales have enough wild Chinook salmon to eat. We see as the issue most directly under your control. Atlas et al. In 2023 identified many Oregon Chinook populations that continue to have negative population trajectories, with directed fisheries exploitation rates in exceedance of 50%, mirroring a region-wide trend in the continued collapse of these iconic salmon from California to Alaska. Despite this widely known condition, we have not seen the appropriate response in fisheries restructuring, one of the fastest ways to get these whales more food. Simply changing where and when we harvest fish can have a profound impact on the whale's ability to sustain their population, the need to transition out of the ocean and into terminal fisheries. So we can understand what's working where and allow the whales to forage in unimpeded Chinook populations. Beyond the abundance of salmon, recent peer-reviewed research has confirmed the coastwide trend in the shrinking size of Chinook. This is not only causes bioenergetic stress in the whales as they have to expend more energy meeting their minimum caloric needs, but it also means that more fish are needed to escape to the spawning grounds to sustain Chinook productivity. Age overfishing or the fishing of immature fish in the ocean contributes to these size selective pressures. In addition to the management actions identified in the biological assessment, we recommended the Commission consider 3 additional tasks. 1, assess statewide Chinook populations, determine if enough fish are reaching the spawning grounds, and if escapement goals are preserving population productivity. Act swiftly to work with the state, national, and international forums to ensure rebuilding of diminished wild Chinook diversity and abundance. Conduct a compliance review of Endangered Species Act biological opinions and related management plans that the state of Oregon has committed to ensure compliance. If deficiencies are found, remedy them. Our organization has recently notified you of several compliance issues, which we hope you will take seriously. 3, before expanding hatchery production, allow for peer review and public comment on any prey program for potential negative environmental impacts, such as increased exploitation of sensitive Chinook populations and abundance-based fisheries. Putting more fish in the ocean does not mean more fish come back. In some cases, it can actually mean less because of how fisheries are structured. Most importantly, don't lose sight of the original prey, the eulachon, the herring, the sand lance. If Chinook don't have enough food in the ocean, we are not producing more through hatcheries. We're simply replacing the wild fish that need those same resources in the ocean. In closing, we spent substantial organizational resources trying to ensure the Southern residents have enough food. We hope you will understand the gravity of the situation at hand and consider how you move forward, not only their listing at a state level, but the actions necessary to reverse the coastwide decline in their primary food source. Thank you for allowing public testimony today. Like many others, I enjoyed hearing from the young students. We are really making decisions that will affect them most directly. And I'm happy to answer any questions of any commissioners.
Thank you, Conrad. Appreciate it. No questions, so we'll go ahead with Joseph Janowitz, David Bain, Tara Brock.
Chair Wall, Joseph is not in the virtual room at the moment.
Is David Bain?
David is.
David Bain, and then Tara Brock, and then Margaret Townsend. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. David Bain, Chief Scientist for Orca Conservancy. Orca Conservancy was a petitioner on the original federal ESA listing for Southern residents. I've been studying killer whales since 1978, which is probably before some of the parents of our first round of speakers were born. I was a co-author of the SARA Recovery Strategy, Species at Risk Act in Canada, and I was also selected by NIMS to peer review their ESA recovery plan for Southern residents. You've already heard why listing Southern residents under the Oregon ESA is important, so I'll focus my comments on the survival guidelines. While Southern residents are often described as Puget Sound killer whales, the reality is that most of the population spends most of the year outside the Salish Sea, traveling from British Columbia to California, and even when outside Oregon waters, salmon originating in Oregon watersheds, such as the Columbia, Klamath, Rogue, and smaller coastal rivers, are an important part of their diet. When we think about increasing prey availability, we think of the 5 H's. Hatcheries are sort of a poor short-term solution. Hatcheries produce prey that are restricted in space and time. They tend to be smaller in size. They spend less time at sea at suitable size for whales to feed on. There are fewer calories per fish. They have slightly higher toxin levels, and they're subject to higher predation due to artificial concentrations during hatchery releases. However, if carefully done, hatchery productions might help in the short term, but it's not a long-term solution. Harvest is the fastest tool we have available to help Southern residents. By shifting harvest riverward of where the whales feed, we can make more fish available to the whales without significantly reducing the fish available to fishers. If we want to increase hatchery production, selective harvest will be necessary. Fish traps have been shown to allow us to separate hatchery from wild fish and release wild fish unharmed. Where Oregon can make the biggest difference is in improving access to spawning habitat and restoration of spawning and rearing habitat. These are not the fastest recovery actions as far as the killer whales are concerned, but they're the only ones that can be done on a large enough scale to actually recover the southern resident killer whale population. Dam removal and planned restoration on the Klamath are big steps in the right direction, but thousands of small-scale restoration projects will be needed as well. And the students we heard from earlier are perfectly capable of doing important restoration work. Human-enhanced predation is another issue that needs to be addressed. Lethal removal of invasive fishes is warranted. Non-lethal displacement of avian and mammalian predators where human structures make predation exceptionally efficient is needed, followed by removal of non-essential structures and mitigation of essential structures that aid predation on salmon.
David, you could. Yes.
Okay. In summary, the survival guidelines recite proposed recovery actions that are at best poorly implemented and at worst misguided. I hope Oregon will treat these as a living document and improve them based on lessons learned over the last 20 years and lessons learned in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Tara.
Thank you, Chair Wall, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Tara Brock. I am Pacific Council with Oceana. As you've heard many times over today, southern resident orcas are at high risk of extinction, and it is broadly recognized that more actions are needed to recover southern residents and their prey. A state endangered species listing represents an important opportunity for Oregon to be part of the regional efforts to save this species and can allow the state to access additional funding to support recovery efforts in Oregon. We strongly encourage the commission to list southern residents under our State Endangered Species Act today and to identify concrete actions to address the primary threats to orcas in Oregon. Oregon coastal waters serve as an important travel corridor for southern resident orcas as they move between foraging areas to the north and south of our state. It's imperative that we do everything we can to reduce the risk of disturbance to southern residents while they are in our waters. Therefore, we recommend that the commission amend the survival guidelines as noted by petitioners in their comments to include a larger vessel distance buffer around southern residents while they're in our waters, as supported by the best available science. And as noted by several commenters previously, we caution the long-term reliance on hatchery production as a means of increasing prey for southern residents. And we encourage the commission to amend the survival guidelines to include actions that prioritize restoration of wild salmon populations. It's important to remember, as we've heard several times, that southern residents are an umbrella species, and everything we do to protect southern residents will have cascading effects throughout the ecosystem for all the other species that live in their habitat. We appreciate the hard work that went into the petition listing, the listing petition, and the biological assessment. We really thank everyone who has put so much time and effort into this. And we look forward to working with the commission and the department on next steps as we move forward. Thank you all, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Tara. Margaret, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall, commissioners, and thank you, Director Melcher. Congratulations on your upcoming retirement. I'm Margaret Townsend. I'm a senior freshwater attorney at the Center for Biological Diversity. I'm a Portland resident, a lifelong fly fisher, and a mom for an almost 4-year-old now. The southern resident orcas are Oregon's orcas too. And while their federal endangered species status provides many important protections, certain provisions of the U.S. Endangered Species Act only apply to federal actions. An Oregon Endangered Species Act listing would provide additional critical safeguards and give additional resources to Oregon.
requiring all actions on state lands and coastal territories and seas to comply with orca survival guidelines. As we've heard today, the orcas spend considerable time foraging at the mouth of the Columbia River for their primary prey, wild Chinook salmon. And Oregon's territorial sea is an important travel corridor as these orcas move between foraging areas to the north and south. But Oregon's orcas are starving. The science clearly shows that their primary threat is lack of wild Chinook salmon. Orcas and anglers alike both know that there is no substitute for wild fish. Protecting and restoring Oregon's orcas and our magnificent wild salmon runs must be driven by science and not politics. That's where you can come in. By listing, you can guide state actions according to the best available science to recover these icons of the Pacific Northwest. Such actions must include ensuring adequate buffers from land use practices on Chinook-bearing streams that harm the streams and the salmon, restoring spring Chinook habitat in the Willamette Basin, and reducing pollution and runoff from our cities, roads, and farmlands. Additional support can come in the form of public outreach and education to Oregon anglers and boaters about how best to help improve the orca's survival. These actions will not only benefit the salmon and the orcas, but all Oregonians, as we all need clean water for drinking, growing our food, and recreating. We can't afford to keep salmon and orcas on life support by simply throwing more hatchery fish into the system, and we can't grow hatchery salmon to feed the orcas forever. Any hatchery augmentation program to feed the orcas must follow the best available science and serve as an interim measure while other long-term recovery actions are taken to recover our wild salmon and the orcas. My young daughter loves orcas and salmon so much. I hope that one day she too will be able to see these orcas with her children and her grandchildren. I urge you all to approve the listing with strong survival guidelines, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate it. The next three people are Jennifer Seidelman, Jack Fay, and Danielle Moser. So Jennifer.
Jennifer's internet just went out, so she said she just comments online.
Okay, thank you. Then let's go ahead with Jack Fay and then Danielle Moser.
Good morning. Double checking and thank you for allowing me to testify today. I am Jack Fay and I am from Ashland, Oregon. And I felt that it was important, despite the fact that I've submitted a letter to the commission, to also be here in person, despite the 300 or so miles to get up here. But it is that important to me and to people that I know in Southern Oregon and elsewhere. Anyway, so I am here to support the listing of southern resident orcas as endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act, and also to seek support in recovery efforts for Chinook salmon. I know from the science and from listening to other people that we are down to 74 southern resident orcas left in existence, and their primary food source, wild salmon, is in decline. So I am here to ask you to list the southern resident orcas as endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act. The listing of the southern resident with wild salmon recovery will aid greatly in the recovery of the orcas. They are, as others have said, a keystone species, as they play a critical role in sustaining the ecological health of the ecosystem in which they live. They are not only extant for now, but if we don't do something, they will be extinct, and we cannot allow that to happen. 74 orcas, a depleted source of sustenance, and the science presented to the commission by others all support the request for listing and salmon recovery. The last thing that I will say is that a state listing in tandem with the Federal Endangered Species Act is good. It's not duplicative. It will assist in placing a focus on Oregon and its role in saving and the recovery of this wonderful mammal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Go ahead, Danielle.
Thank you. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield High, Director Melcher, members of the commission. My name is Danielle Moser, and I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for Oregon Wild. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. On behalf of my organization and our 20,000 members and supporters, we urge your support to list the southern resident orcas as endangered and adopt strong survival guidelines that ensure the species is put on a path toward recovery. Nearly 1 in 3 species is at an elevated risk of extinction. The incredibly low population numbers for southern resident orcas are another case in point about the real and devastating impacts the extinction crisis is having on Oregon and the diverse fish and wildlife that live here. It's critical that ODFW and the commission use their leadership to take the necessary steps to address these declines because, as we know it, extinction is forever. Despite this sometimes overwhelming feeling, which it really is, there are actions that can be taken to put Oregon's native species, including orcas, on a better path. And as you've heard from the experts before me, things like addressing water pollution by revising the pesticide and fertilizer use program standards, investing in green stormwater infrastructure, and increasing the vessel buffer around southern residents are helpful and important conservation measures that would reduce the challenges these orcas face. Additionally, ensuring ODFW is coordinating and collaborating with the various state, federal, and private partners to support riparian habitat, improve fish passage, and reduce competition for non-native fish will go a long way to support wild Chinook salmon restoration. That's why we urge you to use the full extent of your authority within the Oregon Endangered Species Act to list these orcas and adopt strong survival guidelines today. And it's interesting because several colleagues of mine have come up with a very similar experience in that, you know, I had a very life-changing experience seeing orcas in the wild. And in fact, it was that momentous occasion that really shaped my appreciation and passion for wildlife and is what drove me to become a wildlife advocate and why you see me up here a lot before you. And now as a mom of 2 young boys, I have the pleasure and joy of teaching them about Oregon's incredible landscapes, ecosystems, and of course, wildlife, and watching their curiosity, care, and concern for these animals grow. So for the sake for the sake of all future generations, I urge you to ensure we don't let another species go extinct on our watch. Thank you. Appreciate your support.
Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate it. Michelle Seidelman, Miguel Ramirez, and Ann Thrall Nash, sorry. And I believe that unless somebody came online that wasn't before, those are our last 3 people to testify. And all are in the room, so we don't even have to wait for the machine. Go ahead, Michelle.
I'll put my old lady glasses on. So my name is Michelle Seidelman, and I used to run Sea Shepherd for the state of Oregon, but I no longer do that, and I'm just here on behalf of the state and the southern residents. So the southern resident orcas are indigenous to this land. They were here before us, and the only reason they are in such peril is because of human activity. It's likely I'm emotional because they're family to me. Overfishing, dams, pollution, boat disturbance, and captivity have wreaked havoc on their ever-dwindling population, and they need all the possible protection in order to save them from certain extinction. In the 60s and 70s, they were mercilessly killed, ripped from each other and their ocean home for profit and human entertainment, with the last member of LPOD, Tokatai Skalichuktanat, passing away just a few short months ago after 53 years in captivity. Have they not suffered enough? In 2018, Mama Taliqua gave the world a small glimpse into their interpersonal lives and relationships when she carried her deceased baby on her back for 17 days, refusing to let go, while her family foraged and fed her to keep her alive. This made international news, and as the world watched in disbelief, those of us that know them well were not surprised by this mother's obvious grief. To them, family is everything. Watching their family members starving to death over and over is all too much of their painful reality as they fight for their survival. Over the last years, females are struggling to not miscarry their calves, and if they are lucky enough to make it past the gestational period, most die from malnutrition within the first year of life because their mothers struggle to get enough salmon to provide milk for their young. And to add insult to injury, the milk they provide their babies is often full of toxins from the garbage we constantly dump into their home waters. Over 50% of what the Southern residents eat to sustain their life is Chinook, coming directly from the Columbia River, which flows right through the heart of Portland, Oregon. With Chinook runs facing an all-time low and dwindling near extinction themselves, it is imperative that the state of Oregon gets serious about salmon recovery with breaching the lower First Snake River dams and adding all the protection of the Oregon Endangered Species List can provide with the Southern residents. If you don't care about biodiversity, the health of our oceans, or the Southern residents' intrinsic value, they bring millions of dollars in revenue to the West Coast states. They are our cultural icon, an important part of many Indigenous tribes, the people who consider them family and have long histories of connection to these magical beings. With 70% of wildlife going extinct in my lifetime, if not now, when? These magnificent marine mammals are the apex predator of the ocean, and if they can't make it, what does it say for the future of this planet, animals, and all of us? So let's right so many wrongs that have been done to these three beautiful families and put every protection in place to save them. Please vote to include the Southern resident killer whales to Oregon's endangered species list.
Thank you, Michelle. Miguel.
Hi, my name is Miguel. And today that was I have something prepared before, but when I saw the kids, it's making me feel so deep happy to see them and let you know, guys, the issues we have with our orcas, but at the same time, it's make me feel sad, because the kids, we saw everybody here, these kids are the future. And if we not do something, if we not do the right thing in this time, and we're waiting for more studies, for years, for months, and somebody replace you guys, we put this species in dangers and more probably in extinction. So I invite you guys with respect to do the right thing and no wait more time. Let's put behind bureaucracy and money on the table, because that is not help us in the future or the future of these kids. So you guys love your kids or your grandkids, think about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Anna.
Thank you, members of the commission. My name is Ann Thrall Nash. I was born and raised in the Pacific Northwest and have lived in Oregon for a total of 16 years. I am a student at Lewis and Clark Law School, a lifelong lover of marine mammals, and a parent who would like my children and their children to be able to share the region's waters with the Southern resident orcas. As you've heard today, Oregon waters are a significant part of the Southern resident orca's home range, providing foraging areas and travel corridors. Unfortunately, Southern resident orca populations are in continued decline due to lack of prey, human disturbance, and climate change, among other threats. They have been listed as endangered at the federal level and in Washington state, but no meaningful progress has been made toward restoration of their populations. You have the power today to list them as endangered here in the state of Oregon and provide meaningful additional protection for this important species. I urge you to do so. I also urge you to heed the testimony from the many wildlife experts and advocates you have heard from today and strengthen the orca's survival guidelines to focus on wild salmon restoration and vessel buffers for maximum impact on orca survival. Your actions today are important to assuring that my children and grandchildren will share the planet with these amazing creatures in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you all. I think that concludes our public testimony. And so if we could have staff come back up for questions and discussion.
Yeah, can we have a break?
Yes.
5 minutes.
Whatever. 5-minute break. John, just before you.
Yeah, it's almost noon. It's not like we're getting a lunch, we're getting
I have a
everything.
request for a 5-minute break, folks.
Yeah. I'm out of bathroom. Considering that it's almost lunch, everything. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah. and start the discussion. We will break at 12:30, so we have about a half hour. Go for lunch until 1:15 and come back if we need to. But we'll see how far we can get in a half hour, and then we'll break. So commissioners, if you have questions that you'd like to start with for staff. And since it's always hard right after, are you back? Go ahead, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and thank you, guys. I just mostly, I'm sure I'll formulate some questions. I'm still thinking about things. There's a lot of moving parts in this, but mostly I wanted to say thank you. I know poor dear John has been anxious and not sleeping and really working hard. And I realize this is, if you're a fish guy and now suddenly you're dealing with whales, that this is hard. And you have done, I think, a really good job. It's clear, like with the documents we've been given, and Chair Wall has mentioned just how long the bibliography is, that you guys worked really, really hard to create a good product for us, and so that we can have this robust discussion and ask you some questions. And I just wanted to say to all of you, John and your team, we appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay.
Go ahead.
Chair
Go ahead,
Wall,
John.
if I may, Commissioner King, I appreciate that, and I'd like to, right out of the gate, just acknowledge the hard work of my staff here, and Howard's done an exemplary job, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I guess rather than question so much, maybe I just go over some things, and then I like staff here to tell me if I'm off base or not,
Okay.
And one thing I wanted to talk about was, Columbia River. We've basically made a lake out of the Columbia River. You have there's the one free flowing stretch there at the Hanford Reach. And I think other than that, it's pretty much, a lake. And I just that run of summer Chinook, they used to call the June hogs. I remember reading in my, Columbia Basin Salmon Steelhead report that around the turn of the century, just that population was, they think there was like several million fish was they put, and that run disappeared when we built Grand Coulee. So that's gone, and I think I was running these statistics by John North, and the hatchery, basically over Bonneville, your hatchery percentage of the run now is 70 to 80%. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if you're going to depend on wild fish, they're not going to have much to eat. And what are you going to do? You might be able to remove a few dams on the Snake River or Salmon River up there, but overall, if we're going to feed the orcas something, we're going to have to feed them some hatchery fish. The Willamette system, which is the system I'm really familiar with. I have the data from that I took from Willamette Falls Fish Passage. I used 10 years of data here, and I think it was a low passage, fish passage over Willamette Falls was during that time was 23,000 fish, and the high was 67,000 fish, and that was through July 31st, which is most of the spring run. And the 10-year average mark rate for that period was 78%. I think the low was 70% one year, and the high was 83% of hatchery fish, the marked fish. So there again, if you multiply, if you do the math there, you're going to see what you have left if you depend on, just wild fish. The areas that I'm familiar with, I grew up the last 60 years. I've spent a lot of time on the North Santiam, South Santiam, Middle Fork Willamette, Mackenzie, and of 3 of those 4, there's dams that have basically there's no fish passage on those dams, and that's where the best habitat was for spawning. So you've basically taken the rivers that, I fish all those rivers. The Mackenzie is kind of a bright spot. I see about 50% wild fish in the Mackenzie, but the South Santiam, North Santiam, Middle Fork Willamette, you're lucky if you see one wild fish out of 10. So it's just there again, those streams that the dams have created a barrier to the natural spawning habitat that was so productive before the dams. It's gone, and without hatchery supplementation in those streams, there's just nothing left. Anyway, and I guess I just throw that out there. Did you see any mistakes I made with that data or anything as far as?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, generally everything you said correct. I mean, the vast majority of the Columbia Basin's adult returns are hatchery origin, has been for quite some time, 3/4, 80%. Same with the Willamette. I guess, I guess I might as well cover it right now, but on the survival guidelines, investing in habitat protection, recovery, improved passage for wild salmonid stocks, extremely important. And we understand that, but we also have many staff working on all those things right now to complement, many large scale programs that are going on, almost too many to list. And so when we were trying to develop survival guidelines and knowing that we didn't really have any funding or any staff, we just kind of took an objective view at what do we think we actually can do. So that's how we approach the survival guidelines. I mean, we could have put a lot of stuff, but we weren't sure we could do any of it. So that's where the origin of the survival guidelines came from. Maybe that's helpful. But, and by the way, we tried to focus on the key threats. That's why the guidelines have an element on prey and an element on contaminants and things like that.
And I also, I saw a lot of testimony that, and these are quotes, prioritize or improve wild fish propagation. I mean, I believe we sent millions and millions of dollars, and we're still doing that. I think that is our priority as the department, is to do that. But when you're working with things like these, systems that have been dammed where there's no place for a wild Chinook to spawn anymore. The bright spot is, on the coastal, that, most of those rivers don't have dams on them. And we see the returns there that are robust when environmental conditions are good in the ocean. So we do have some bright spots too there, where we do have a good wild fish base and the habitat is intact. I guess that's all I have. I just
Thank
get that out there.
Yeah. Vice Chair.
I would like us to just slow down a little bit and go back to, just if we make the decision to list, let's talk again about what you think we can actually do given the resources we have available right now.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Well, since hatchery production seems to be a focus, we included something in our survival guidelines about additional hatchery production, but knowing full well that producing hatchery fish has become increasingly challenging. Right now, the department's capacity for additional hatchery production is very limited. And so without, some additional infrastructure or something and funding, the best we're probably looking at is a few tweaks here and there, to be honest. Currently our Oregon Coast facilities, production's been pretty stable, but releases in the Columbia River and Puget Sound have declined substantially in the tens of millions in each locale since the 80s and 90s. So, I mean, we're 30 to 50 million less than we were, several decades ago. So, what we're talking about in our guideline is even seeing if we have any capacity to do it. We're a far cry from pumping out millions of fish.
Did you have another question?
Not right now.
We do just have limited time, but I do want to mention a couple things, and then I have a couple questions for you. One is that it was useful when we heard this before this meeting, when it came up before, that staff recommended that they looked at what was presented and said we need to consider listing. I think it's impressive that you stepped up on this one and are recommending listing again. I think it's a realistic look at a lot of these pieces, that things are what they are, and there's not a lot of reason to think that things are going to turn around given where the trends are headed and that sort of thing. But we've got some information in front of us that's important. And if I could go backwards to this, I think maybe I would just suggest that maybe the way to look at this is, and when we come back after lunch, ask ourselves first the question of listing, and then, because of the way things have been presented, we have sort of three buckets to look at for guidelines. We can look at food or lack thereof. We can look at pollution, and we can look at buffers. And those kind of are where things coalesce, both in what people have said to us and what your report said to us. And when you look at it, those are sort of the three buckets. A couple things about the issues that are in front of us. At the risk of sounding like a Pollyanna, I think that yes, there might not be a lot we can do under the Oregon ESA, but it does matter that the state agencies engage. And so that's how I kind of look at that piece, that we actually sometimes have unintended consequences almost when we list these. And I think we did see some of that with other ones that we've done. It's a limited one, but it's an issue to think about. The budget is a huge issue, and clearly you all know that better than the rest of us, because you got to do this without the resources. But that's budget development is coming up, and maybe we could look at that. So I don't see that as absolutely insurmountable. I think we do need to look at funding for this. This is stuff that's, we have the issues that have come up today. We have the food chain issues that came up a few times in today's discussions to look at. And I share, it was useful to hear your answer, John, on the hatchery fish. It's a tough question, and there is no good answer. It was useful to know that it's very limited, how much that might provide as well. And it's a concern, I think, that if we do hatchery fish, we do have impacts from hatchery fish to wild, and we are looking at that. The one other thing I would really like to say about what this agency has done, I think, is, and the one that hasn't gotten so much mention today, is this agency has done a lot on hydro work. It wasn't part of today's discussion as much, but on spills and on the dams and looking at that, this agency is working on it. And it's clear that there are a lot of scientists that will tell you that that's the best hope we have for more Chinook is looking at the hydro system. The others are important, but that's a key one. And I don't want it to go without acknowledging that that's a piece that the agency is working on. So those are my thoughts right now. I have a couple questions that I would like to ask. Could you talk just a little bit? It's come up a few times about moving the ocean fishing toward the terminal, the mouths of the rivers, especially the Columbia, where there might be fish at the right time for the orcas. Is there anything you could add to that discussion?
Chair Walt, I knew it'd be only a matter of time today until I said something dumb, and I think I'm almost there. That's a really complex question. I mean, there's international and U.S. fisheries. There's different forums. There's different councils, different states. Yeah, tribal. Thank you. Tribal. I can't think of the word, but agreements in Washington and in our U.S. and Columbia waters now. So it's not completely in our control to just change it. Like and I'll defer to
I would just,
Mr. Melcher.
if I might, Chair, well, I would just add that, a lot of the focus has been on Columbia River, Columbia Basin, Spring Chinook, because of the high caloric value, the timing as it relates to southern resident orcas off our coast and in the Columbia Plume. The interesting note on that is that Columbia River spring Chinook are not harvested in ocean fisheries other than in British Columbia and Southeast Alaska. So unless we can convince the folks in British Columbia and Southeast Alaska to come down and become Columbia River gill netters, which would be the terminal fishing opportunity, we don't have the latitude to move those fisheries around. So I think it's a point that's worth noting. So I mean, I think that's why NOAA Fisheries focused on spring Chinook production in one of their recovery strategies is increase Columbia River spring Chinook production. You don't have to deal with a lot of ocean fishery impacts in terms of taking out adults, and it benefits orcas. So
Thank you. I wanted to ask, if nothing else, you get the chance to say something dumb, right? So, and you passed it up. You did not say something dumb. So,
I just want to say one thing because are we about to break for lunch?
Yes.
Okay. So I do want to say that I most certainly appreciated all the testimony that we heard this morning from the students, of course, but I would say that the older generations did a good job communicating as well. Give us a little, give that group a credit as well. I look forward to us coming back after lunch and talking about this, but I want to say that I think we could be left feeling kind of hopeless about what we can do, but the reality is there is work going on all over this state and in Washington and in the Northwest to try to restore our fisheries.
Mm-hmm.
So that's people. That's people in this room and outside of this room out there all the time working to try to do this. So I just want to throw that out there because it's hopeful. That's hopeful. That's where hope is, right? The work that we are doing. So that's
actually,
it.
I think that's an important piece, actually. There are things that we can do, and that's what we'll
Yes.
come back and talk
we
about.
are doing them,
Yes.
right? We just removed the dams on the Klamath. Come on. Right? Like things are happening out there.
They are. Commissioner King.
Yes, just to follow on with that, like of the three things that you mentioned, the prey, mostly the Chinook salmon, the pollution as in noise pollution and distance, and then the third thing was the contaminants. So I guess for us to be thinking about it, it sounds like we at ODFW can really impact and focus on those first two. Do we have a large impact on the third, pollution, or is that more DEQ?
Yes, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. I think that's it's kind of incorporated into the survival guidelines because they apply to the various state agencies. And so with regard to contaminants, the agency that has authority over that sort of thing is DEQ. And so if southern resident orcas are listed in Oregon and the survival guidelines are implemented, then we would be working with DEQ to identify actions that could potentially be done to support.
Right. Okay. So it would be an important start, and then we could collaborate more.
Right.
Okay. Good.
Yes.
Thank you for explaining that. Thank you.
If I could just follow up, as I read the rules, and the question would be whether we say can or shall, but in this case with the other agencies and on the pollution, we would be looking to them to factor in ORCA when they look at changes or permits for like NPDES and other places. And we would similarly be looking to agencies citing energy development. I think you talked about those as well to factor in orcas in those discussions and when they set those limits. It's what we would be doing. So that item 5 in the rules kind of gets to that. Is that
Yes, Chairwell, that's correct.
great?
Yes.
That helps. Thank you. Then I think what we should do is stop here before everybody goes into a sugar coma and come back at 1:15, and we will look, if it suits the commission, we will look at the listing question first, and then those 3 buckets, if there are any amendments to the rules that we want to make for the guidelines. Thank you to all of you. We'll be back.
All right.
Commissioners, lunch is in the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Poaching is a critical issue affecting the health and sustainability of Oregon's fish and wildlife populations. The impact of wildlife crime is devastating. Nearly 5,000 wild animals were poached in Oregon last year. Future generations deserve to experience Oregon's fish and wildlife. Protect Oregon's wildlife. Turn in poachers. Visit protectoregonswildlife.com. Poaching is a critical issue of
Poaching hurts Oregon's fish and wildlife populations. Poaching can take many forms, including illegally killing fish and wildlife, taking fish or wildlife out of season, or using someone else's license or tags. Do your part by reporting wildlife crime. Dial star OSP to report poaching, or call 1-800-452-7888. For more information, visit protectoregonswildlife.com.
We have all our people in.
Yeah.
We have a meeting and a half. Okay, there are moments when that's got to be a nice thing.
Well, yeah, that is good.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started again. And maybe the easiest way to get back into this on the orcas is to look at just the question, commissioners, of listing. And are there commissioners that want to speak to just the question of list or don't list? Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. I'm going to go ahead and read into the record, because as people know me, I usually do that. So, but first of all, I want to thanks to all of the folks that testified today, the school kids and the groups that came individually, and then the folks that I had a Zoom meeting with. Appreciate that input that you provided. So I'm going to speak pretty much to the listing decision in these comments. So as we all know, to list a species as a state threatened and state or threatened or endangered is a high bar to reach. the commission must base its decision on documented and verifiable scientific information about the species' biological status and find that the reproductive potential of the species is in danger of failure due to limited population numbers, disease, predation, or other actions affecting its continued existence. In addition, other listing criteria found in the OAR include requirements for the species to be native to Oregon and in danger of extinction through any significant portion of its range within the state. The commission must also find that one or more of the following factors exist. One, most populations of the species are undergoing imminent or active deterioration of their range or primary habitat. Two, overutilization of the species or its habitat for commercial, recreation, scientific, or educational purposes occurring or is likely to occur. Or three, the existing state or federal programs are found to be inadequate to protect the species and its habitat. So let me first address the OAR requiring the species to be native to Oregon. The answer to this question is yes, in my opinion. We know based on survey data that the species is transitory in Oregon waters, as they spend most of their time in traditional spring and summer habitat areas in the Salish Sea. But recent data has shown that they are now spending more time foraging on the west side of Vancouver Island. In 2021, based on more recent research, NMFS, National Marine Fisheries Service, expanded the southern resident orca's critical habitat to include the outer coastal waters of Washington, Oregon, and California between Cape Flattery, Washington, and Point Sur, California. Now to the other factors. Staff has made it clear, and testimony confirms that the southern resident whales are in danger of extinction due to low population numbers and declining trend, which is projected to continue in the future. Additionally, the reproductive potential of the whales is in danger of failure due to small population size, inbreeding depression, and other reproductive issues. Staff has also identified, and public testimony confirms to me, the additional key factors contributing to these problems are a decreased quality and quantity of prey, sound of vessel disturbance, exposure to high levels of contaminants, reduced quality of habitat of the two pods that are most native to Oregon that spend some of their time during the winter and early spring foraging and in and traveling through the waters off our coast, including Oregon's territorial sea, 0 to 3 miles offshore. So in summary, I believe we have met the 3 stringent criteria for listing, and we should vote to list the southern resident as endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act and adopt survival guidelines for the species as proposed by staff. Now to my concerns. I will quote directly from the staff report. Staff conversation has troubled me because the state listing likely will not contribute significantly to recovery. This is because several proposed actions overlap with actions already being taken to comply with existing federal and state laws, and because the southern residents are absent from Oregon waters for most of the year. I'm not aware of a funding source to implement management actions identified in the draft survival guidelines, and we'll talk about those later, when these marine mammals are transiting through Oregon. I understand Washington's Governor Inslee has proposed a significant financial resources, i.e. $12 million, to quote, maximize the existing capacity of Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife hatcheries to produce an additional 24.2 million salmon smolts, which will result in approximately 186,000 adult salmon returns, unquote. He also proposed $75.7 million to make hatchery improvements to the existing hatchery system. Therefore, I believe that implementing our survival guidelines will require ODF&W and possibly other state agencies to seek legislative funding to obtain additional funding to meet our proposed survival guidelines. Also, I do not see in the draft survival guidelines any mention of the native fish conservation policy. I've asked staff why that is and got an answer back. So there's a little bit of a kind of a push-pull here. We've got the hatchery folks on this side and the native fish folks on this side. And how I would see the resolution of that is, I don't think, and this is getting a little bit into the guidelines, but I don't think we really need to put something in there because we have 2 policies right now. We have our native fish conservation policy, which was adopted by the commission. And we have a hatchery management policy, which was adopted by the commission. And so if we just implement our two policies as we've already done, which doesn't have adequate funding, I think that would, in my opinion, address that. So we need to, in order to implement these survival guidelines and we need to find the funding to continue to implement the native fish policy and our hatchery management policy to effectively implement the survival guidelines. And I talked to some of the folks on Zoom about that, and they have assured me, and I'm looking at them now, that they will help lobby for funding for making sure, because that's my big worry is that, and if you what you permit, you promote. So if we permit this as an endangered species under the State Endangered Species Act, the promotion is we've got to make sure we can implement the darn thing. And that's my worry is that how are we going to implement this? So thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioners in response to that?
Could I ask a follow-up question, Commissioner Lampart? Would you then remove the part of the guidelines that, I know you're talking about listing now, but you're also getting into, and it was an intriguing idea to have support the two policies that exist, but don't add basically subsection 4, which is about hatchery production. Because it would change, because those are dealt with elsewhere and because we don't have the money.
No, I'm not proposing eliminating that, but and when I talked to staff, I was talking to staff about, well, is there a way that we can put in, we don't talk about the native fish policy, i.e. wild fish. Why are we just talking about increasing hatchery? And I know the rationale for that, and I support that, but how come we aren't talking about wild fish policy at the same time? Because in my opinion, we want to increase wild. That's like Bob said earlier, Commissioner Spellbrink said earlier, that's part of our mantra is that we want to do the best we can to return wild fish as part of our strategy. We have a policy relating to that. So why not just say both policies? You know, we have both for our hatchery management policy and our wild fish policy. So if we can fully implement that, maybe we could have an impact here. That's where my argument. And I was talking to John about that. So, but it could be up for discussion.
Okay. It's an intriguing idea, but I'm trying to think through what that would mean in terms of the guidelines, but I think it's an intriguing idea to focus on the native fish policy and the hatchery policy and not try to tweak it in this process. But I want to make sure I kind of get the gist of what you're suggesting.
Well, and if maybe I need John back up here, but if I'm implementing the hatchery policy, and the hatchery policy says, we want to maximize, so that orcas don't go blink out on us here. And the hatchery policy addresses that. And here he comes, so he can help me here. And we also want to increase the amount of wild fish that are out there too, because we don't want them to wink out on us. So I was trying to satisfy both sides here rather than arguing, well, ours is the best. And then somebody else says, well, ours is best, So.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is it's kind of like, I guess my question would be is, if there was hatchery augmentation that has its conflicts in Oregon, depending on different stakeholders' views, it's already going to have to run through those. Is it already going to have to run through those two lenses of the hatchery policy and the native fish policy? Without us, it's kind of like when we try to bolster climate change within a decision. It's like, no, we already have a climate change policy that is filtering. Am I making sense?
Yeah, you are. But I talked to John about this at length. So, so maybe you could. We already have both policies in effect, and we can address some of this. We'll call it short-term hatchery supplementation to try to address this in the short term, with the long-term goal of providing more wild fish out there. But so it's a case of I'm not arguing both sides here. I'm trying to find a compromise here that Am I making any sense, John?
Then let's get a short answer from John on this if I can. And I realize that I took us down a path because I had started out saying we're going to look at the listing question and we'll come right back to doing that, just the listing question.
Okay.
So John, if you will try to answer this question, and then we'll go right back to what I started. And I'm sorry I forked in the road there, but let's answer this question if we can, and then we'll go back to just the listing question.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Commissioner Labhart, I think in the survival guidelines in that section about, increased hatchery production, maybe we were a little generic. We said, any increase should be consistent with in a manner that minimizes adverse impacts on wild salmon. But what we mean about that is, it's so fundamental to our operation following the native fish conservation policy, fish hatchery management policy. And there's even more. There's a fish health management policy. There's hatchery genetic management plans. We have to do all those, and run it all by NIMS and just even to get anything approved, So we didn't spell it out, but those are things that we just all the time. So
You said it better than I can, because we got the one side that says, well, let's just forget the hatcheries. Let's do all wild fish. And then we got the hatchery guys that said, well, we need to do the hatcheries. I think we can do both. We want to save the orcas, and we can do both within our current policy. Is that correct? We potentially, if we have the funding, and which is a big lift to try to get the funding to do that, but we got to put our money where our mouth is somewhere.
correct, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, and I would add to that capacity. I mean, even if we have funding, we don't have a lot of capacity, so that's a real problem.
Yeah.
Go ahead, one more, and then we're gonna go back to the other.
Yeah, well,
question.
and I guess that's the question too, funding for what? So there's the funding that's, that I guess we could, that stakeholders or others would need to lobby the federal government, lobby the state for funding for hatchery augmentation. Already we have, Klamath is a beautiful example. Yesterday, $67 million are coming to habitat restoration, which will be long-term effort for, habitat. So what are we, I just throw that out there. I'm kind of trying to understand what we're doing exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so.
What are you thinking?
So right now, the guidelines talk about a short-term influx of hatchery fish to try to offset this, not just saying it could be all, let's just wait and do all wild fish. And because I think they might wink out before we get that done because of, I think it was Bob that mentioned we got this dam issues and we got, all this stuff. So we can't just say, okay, we got to think about the long term here. And so we got to get the fish, the mammals, orcas surviving first and increasing in population. So how do we do that? Their primary food source is Chinook. So let's supplement with some hatchery Chinook like Washington's doing, but Washington's doing it in a big way. I don't think we can afford that, but let's do that. And under our current policy, our hatchery policy, but also let's not forget about the wild side of this thing too, and try to do whatever we can with additional funding to increase the wild production. And whether it's habitat, of course, it's dams, it's other things, but we don't want to forget and give up on the wild side of it. So yes, for hatchery, but let's do both to try to restore this fish population. Maybe I'm being too Pollyanna here, but I think for the long term, we've got to think about that as what do you want to call it? A roadmap, if you will, or a destination, if you will. So does that make sense, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
except we don't have any money.
Yeah, that's my argument is that
Yeah.
we've got to have all these groups. We got to have all these groups
love it,
saying we're
but-
willing to.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the listing. And If we want to deal just with listing, then the question is, we have a motion that says basically to list, and we could put a period at the end of act, and we would have that motion on our list of motions. And then we can deal with guidelines or not, as we can. So
Okay, so I'll try it. So since I was the one jumped in on this, so Madam Chair, I move to list southern resident orcas as endangered under the Endangered Species Act.
is there a second?
I'll second.
We have 4 seconds and a motion. So do we need any more discussion or can we vote?
No.
Then it's been moved and seconded to list southern resident orcas as endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act, period. Those in favor, and could we do a voice vote?
Labhart,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
Oh, she's
Hatfield
there.
Hyde,
Time here.
Wall? Yes. Passed unanimously. Thank you.
Okay.
We should just take a moment to cheer or
Yeah.
something.
Great.
So thank you
Oh my
all. We'll go right into the others. We do have a time certain for the exec session, so we will try to get through this by 2 if we can. It sounds like, and tell me if I'm putting words in people's mouths, I'm just going to put that down, that there may not be unanimity on the hatchery question. And I'm only basing that not on today's discussion, but because there never is the hatchery wild discussion. So if we could, the other 2 issues that have come up are buffers and the question about pollution. Do you have an immediate choice of which one of those 3 you would like to take first? Pollution?
Yeah. Yeah, pollution sounds fine because that basically we enacted and then it goes to DEQ, if I'm understanding that right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if I could, as I understand it, John, correct me if I'm wrong, that means we're looking at subsection 5. And right now, if you would prefer, I'll just read that it's very short. Environmental contaminants such as persistent organic pollutants bioaccumulate in southern resident orcas when contaminated prey is consumed and the toxicants are subsequently stored in the orca's blubber. Toxic effects from contaminants, this is line 114 is where I'm starting in our rules. Toxic effects from contaminants can be led to reduced immune system, can lead to reduced immune system function and reproductive success in southern resident orcas. To the extent taking such actions are consistent with the statutory authority of the relevant state agencies can protect and improve the marine environment for southern resident orcas by taking the following actions to play a role in the conservation of the species. And those 2 are listed. The 2 that they list are improve the effectiveness. They talk about the NPDES permit process. And the other one is to refine non-point source pollution management plans. So this is saying that, as I understand it, to put it in lay terms, this says that we would be directing the agencies, to the extent it fits within their statutory authority, to factor in orcas when they set the levels for under the NPDES permit or other similar processes. Is that a fairly close?
Sure, well, that is correct, yes.
And so that's what the rule currently says. If we want to strengthen it, we change can to shall, which says you agencies can improve things if you do these, and we're saying you shall do them within the statutory authority that you have. So that's sort of the option that's in front of us, I think, is whether to do it as it's written or to change can in line 119 to shall. And it would be within the statutory authority that's available to those agencies. which means when they have those discussions and deal with those issues, they would factor that in. Questions, thoughts? So it might be between can and shall. Would you like that in the form of a motion and then we can just decide?
Yeah, I think a motion, sorry, Chairwell, I'm happy with the motion and I'm happy with changing it to shall. But if we need to vote on it, then let's do it.
Will you help make sure that we get this right when we, what we would be doing then is back to the motion that we have on our list of motions, when it says, and adopt survival guidelines for the species as proposed by staff in attachment 3, we would put a comma after 3 and say, except that on line 119, we would change can to shall. And I think that that gets at people's wanting a bit more certainty on this one. If you'd like to take a minute to read that and look at it, let's do that just to make sure, and then we can move on. Bear with us for a second here. Staff, are you wanting to weigh in? Are you? You don't have to. I'm just, you look like you were, when people are ready to say something.
Chair, well, all we would add is to defer to Annika. There may have been a reason we put can rather than shall because we're not positive on everything. So this.
When was the last time we were positive?
I would like to ask Annika, what is
Good idea, yeah.
What is the substantive difference and what is our authority?
Well, I'll answer the first question. Thanks for the question. But can and shall there's not a huge difference, frankly, there, because ultimately it's the state agencies that will be implementing these that determine their role. So if they find they have a role, then yes, they shall do what you're telling them. So ultimately, potentially, there's a difference. So it will be in the implementation. But yes, it does take one step towards making it a clear message from you. What you intend.
Then I would make it as a motion that, correct me if I'm wrong on this one.
You did the motion correctly, what you said before. So that motion was good, what you said.
Can I just say what I said before? And I moved to list southern resident orcas as endangered under the Oregon Endangered Species Act and adopt survival guidelines for the species as proposed by staff in attachment 3, except, and right now we're just dealing with the pollution issue, except line 119, we would change can to shall. And then we can look at a couple of the other 2 buckets next. So that would be the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt survival guidelines. Go ahead.
Okay, here's where I'm getting confused. We already made a motion to list. So
I should.
You're saying it again? That doesn't make sense to me.
Then let me make it.
So what's a clean way to make another sub-motion a motion? It's not a sub-motion. What's a clean way to make another motion?
Just on one of the
this
guidelines.
issue, right?
To be fair, there's several ways to do this.
Okay.
But what you can do here is you can take, a consensus to see whether you can move on. So what you could do is you say, okay, do we have clarity on how we are on this subsection
5?
Are there any other changes to this subsection 4? If you're where you want to be on that, and you can just hold that aspect like a sub-motion, so to speak, and just continue to move on for your other issues.
Okay.
But now you will know but you'd want to take a consensus just in case, you know, we don't kick the can down the road.
So then do we need to revoke the motion right
Yes.
now? Okay.
I withdraw the motion.
And revoke the second.
So I withdraw the motion, and we are in subsection 5, line 119. Is there a general consensus that we move forward? We move forward with that one when we get to the motion, changing can to shall. I see a couple nods.
Yeah, so you need a second for that.
You don't need
Not
a
yet.
second
No.
right now.
Okay.
I'm just getting people's
Got a sense.
Yeah, we're
Sense
just
of the
getting the
commission.
sense of the commission so that we can know, we only have
Yeah,
3 of
okay.
these to deal with. And that's the first one.
Got Yes.
Okay.
So can I address this second one, so to maybe make it go quicker? Because I'm the one that brought it up.
Sorry?
It's regarding hatcheries. So go to line 107.
Uh-huh.
And it says, near-term increases in the southern resident orcas prey base can be achieved through enhanced hatchery production. Now, I assumed in talking to John that it's a given that we have a native fish conservation policy and we have a hatchery management policy, and that covers it. But in order to make it clearer, if we just added a sentence there that said this on 109, or excuse me, 107, line 107, near-term increases in southern resident orcas prey base can be achieved through enhanced hatchery production in concert with our hatchery management policy and native fish conservation policy. Just add that in. And that way it's clear to everybody that we're doing both here. Okay. That's what I'm trying to achieve here. Trying to split the baby, if you will.
Can I ask? That helps understand exactly what you're trying to do.
That's
Thank
right.
you. That helps. Can we look also at line 110? Just the next one, which says, if additional production potential exists, ODFW will pursue funding to increase hatchery production. And if we added to that and said it this way instead, if additional production potential exists and there is assurance they'll be available to orcas based on effectiveness evaluation and monitoring. Just a second, let me make sure I have this right. Yeah. Then we would pursue it. So we would say if additional, I'm going to just say it again because I didn't say that clearly. If additional production potential exists and there is assurance they'll be available based on monitoring and effectiveness evaluation for orcas, then we would pursue funding to increase it. So in other words, we would want to make sure that there's some assurance that if we increase the funding for hatcheries, we would have some assurance based on monitoring and evaluation that that increase would go to orcas.
Sure. So I guess this would be a question of staff. How do you do that in real time?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, it starts to get a little grayer, I think. I mean, in general, the orcas always got a pretty good shot at them, like north of Falcon. The total harvest rate is like 3.5% of the ocean abundance in that area. So, 96% are available year in, year out. So, I mean, all stocks might, meet that criteria. But if you really wanted to make sure they got to the orcas, you would do something like Director Melcher said and focus on the spring Chinook that have even a lower harvest rate. But capturing it in words seems a little challenging. I guess it depends on what access to means, like, yeah.
How do you legitimately monitor that, what does it cost? You know, I understand this thing of like not producing hatchery fish that are not going to benefit orcas. I get that. I mean, I agree with what you're trying to get to there, but I'm just trying to put my like, is that even possible? Right? Like,
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield, hi. Yeah, there's no way we'll ever know if the whales ate them or not. All we can do is, our metrics would be, did we produce them? You know, did they survive at some point? You know, we could measure things like that with covert tag, but we'll never know how many out of 100, you know, they accessed.
yeah, but that's where it goes back, I think, to what Commissioner Labhart was trying to do here with our native fish policy as the policy that keeps us within our boundaries. Maybe.
Can I, in the interest, do you have something on this one?
I was just
'Cause was
thinking
gonna
of the
say,
word
let's go to the other
available,
one.
that basically the wording would be that these hatchery production would be available to the orcas, you know, in their home range.
Say what?
They would be available, not necessarily, we don't have to know that they ate them, but we'd know that they were available as a prey source for those orcas, because they're, you know, basically gonna enter the ocean in their area.
Do you have some wording for that?
Well, just the word available rather than.
Where would
We
it
don't
go?
know. We won't know.
I know we won't know, but I think that's exactly the point, no matter how you argue this, is that you won't know. And so we would be putting money into it and we don't have any clue that they would be helping the orcas. And we're cranky and we have impacts from those
Right.
as well. So
Well, I would just add that if you know, we would be doing similar to what Washington's doing. We know that there is a problem with their food source. It's not there. And so in a short term, we'd pump out more fish, knowing full well that that's not the end result of solving the problem, and that we would be making available more fish out there so that we could help, at least in the short term, by producing more hatchery fish there into the ocean. There's a opportunity for those hatchery fish to be eaten by the orcas, knowing full well it's not native fish, but we're at least trying to keep them from winking out, going from whatever it is to 74 and then go down to 50. We're trying to do something in the short run to keep these fish going, keep these mammals going. And in the long run, we want to, you know, make sure that we've got enough food source out there from all different. That's kind of where I'm thinking. We just make it available to them. And I think that's what some of the people that were sending emails and letters and conversations were saying. We need to do something in the short run here to try to address this issue.
Commissioner King?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I agree with that largely. I understand it. But I think in kind of every vote that I've ever made, I deeply dislike things that are open-ended and vague. And so what is the short term? How do we measure that? How do we know that? I mean, there's considerable evidence that said, okay, we pump out the hatchery fish like Washington is doing, that those could have negative impacts and don't help the orca at all. Like, so, you know, so like we're in a terrible situation that we just made more terrible. So how do we say or frame that in a way that available short term? What does that mean? And how do we measure it?
Can I, well, go ahead. I'm looking at the time and I'm wondering if we should deal with the other issue and come back to the hatchery one if we have time, because I'm not sure we're going to get this one finished. And if we can get at least two of these dealt with before 2 o'clock, that would be useful.
Yeah.
Would that work for people? Do you have something that could maybe close this one out?
Unless you got something, close it off.
No.
One comment, quick comment on it is that there can be concern about what is the end point, but the reality is, as long as there is an ODF and W commission, it can meet and change a decision if it needs to in the future. So I have less concern about like, a little less concern about like, what are the parameters around the end point, just because of that. So that's all I want to say.
Can we look at the buffers question then because that one is still out there too. So we have this one as we undecided. We have one of them that we know what we want to do on. Are there thoughts about the buffers? If not, I will just put on the table that I think that if we look at the buffers, which is subsection 7, we already have educate boaters at line 143. And if we add to that something along the lines of maintain or to the extent imposing such a condition is consistent with statutory authorities of the relevant state agency, require a buffer of, I would say 1,000 yards, but we could argue about that, about what the right size might be, but at 1,000 yards in Oregon waters. And so we would have a buffer that would apply in Oregon waters. There are various buffers in different places, but that would put one in our waters. Oh, I can't see. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. To me, 1,000 yards is maybe a little bit excessive just because Washington did that for inland waters. And inland waters, most of the time are flat column. You can see, 1,000 yards is over half a mile. In the ocean, I spent a lot of time out there and it's rare you can see half a mile, because you have texture, you have waves, you have swells. So, I mean, I would make a suggestion like 500 yards or something like that. I think 1,000 yards, like I say, you can't even see, it's rare you can see 1,000 yards in the ocean unless one of those extremely flat days you get every great once in a while.
Okay. Commissioner Lavhart.
So thank you. So I look, there's roughly 3,600 container ships and cargo ships that enter the Columbia River mouth every year. And 1,000 yards is about a half a mile. And so they're coming in our territorial sea within 3 miles in a very, very small area. And, I'm putting words in John's mouth, so you correct me if I'm wrong, but for us to enforce that, we don't have any enforcement capability to do that other than just telling the ships, you're going to have to go back out and come back in again when the orcas aren't feeding off the mouth of the Columbia. And, there's 3,600 ships waiting to come, in and out. And so I'm just wondering if this thing is even feasible or enforceable. And that's why I guess the federal guideline was 100 yards, because then you can see them. And so it sounds like a nice to do, but whether it can be even, and John, I'd like you to weigh in whether potentially it's even enforceable. So, that's why you've said educate folks about federal guidelines and, have a review team assess the potential for effects on the, oral communications with them. If you see one and you're just starting to enter the Columbia bar, what do you do? And those kind of things.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Lamhart, I think there's two things here I'll try and touch on briefly. One, the reason we didn't recommend enlarged buffers on the Oregon coast was given the timing being more of the winter. It's going to be a rare occurrence where you got many boats out there that are going to encounter an orca, let alone have enforcement there at the same time. So we didn't see the need, but I think the bigger issue here is just a question of the chair is, are you trying to apply this to all vessels? And if so, I think it may have to be legislative action because that's how it occurred in Washington. And they had a whole host of exemptions for cargo ships, commercial vessels in active fishing, state vessels. I mean, if you just adopt a blanket buffer right now, I mean, it would apply to cargo ships heading out the Columbia River Bar. So I think we should maybe check in with council on that.
And we did, just to go straight to that point, I think, but then it goes to council to say if that's what this means, but maintain or extend, or to extent imposing such a condition is consistent with the statutory authority of the relevant state agency. So require a buffer of 500, 1,000. But I would say, so does that get at the question of where we have authority?
So let me try to recap. What I hear the question being is different. Are you trying to ask whether your survival guideline will apply to a cargo ship?
I hadn't thought through the question of cargo ships, but what I was thinking is that in our waters, we would apply a buffer.
So why don't I back up just a little bit? So your survival guidelines are applied to state agencies proposing actions on state land. And they only hit a private party through a permitting action by that state agency. So you're not, I mean, this is going through several levels, right? These survival guidelines, if it's a state landowning and managing agency, will be developing endangered species management plans to implement these. And so they could take on a totally new life from the guidance that you provided them. Same thing, if they're not a state landing, owning and managing agency, they will be kind of developing their own decisions on what role they'll play and how they want to implement it. And it'll be up to them to determine what statutory authority they have to implement.
So like several of the things we're dealing with today, there would be few instances where it might apply, but it would be a clear message from this agency that, for instance, in this case, buffers were important for orcas. There might not be much requirement behind it, but it would be a clear message from us that buffers are important.
You know, I think what I'll stick to is the question of the legal authority. What you will be, what is implemented here is applied to state agencies on actions taken on state land. So just be careful when you're talking about how the vessel buffer is not going to be applied to a private person. If you would include it in this line 143, it's not as if OSP wildlife is out there regulating vessels. That is not what they would be doing.
So are you basically saying that, I mean, basically there's limits to our authority as ODF&W.
Yeah.
And while when we say, there's a belief that X amount of buffer is important, that is sending a message out to the world to say, look, this is important. But we do not have the jurisdictional ability, and probably no other state agency does either, right? Because isn't this almost like a commerce issue that's a federal issue?
I don't think we need to speak to that, but what is very clear in the commission's authority is respect to establishing rules you believe are necessary,
right,
to affect the survival of the individual members of the southern resident orca. That's where your broad authority is. What rules and guidelines are necessary to benefit that species? In the implementation, each individual state agency taking actions on state land and or in their role of conservation will be determining what they can also do following the guidance you provide them.
Then in the interest, because it's 2:00 and because we need to figure out where we're headed and then go into this executive session, I think we have consensus on subsection 5, we don't on 7, and we don't on 4 yet. So let's deal with 5 as a motion, if we can, and stop there for today and plan to come back to those other two at, I'm not sure we're going to get to them today, but we would at least have clarity on listing and on one of the 3 factors or buckets, if you will. So if that works, because we have to go into this other meeting, what that would look like, I can back myself up here. The right piece of paper.
While you're doing that, Chair, well,
Yes.
I would just mention there are many other sections of these rules that are pertinent that you wouldn't want to just adopt.
Good point.
Section 5 and leave out and just say, oh, we're going to take up 7 and 9 or whatever later. There's a whole bunch of other stuff here that is not in question and is important. So I just, doing it piecemeal, all I'm saying is doing it piecemeal, you need to be careful.
Let's just come back after executive session.
Do it after executive session. We're going to be here for a while.
Well,
folks,
that's
yeah.
what we do.
Okay.
That's why we get the big bucks.
And I also wanted to just mention, just for context, you know, when we're talking about 1,000-meter buffer, and we can debate whether or what exact authority you all have, but that's 3,000 feet. You know, the Columbia River Shipping Channel on the bar is 2,600 feet wide. And when you get a little bit above there, it is 600 feet wide. So, I mean, I think just want to share that for context. You know, it's a narrow river. It may not seem narrow, but when you put a 1,000-yard buffer, it is quite narrow.
Then we'll adjourn for now for the meeting. We will come back to this. We seem to have some unanimity on one of the 3 factors. We'll start there. Thank you.
And we'll make one more run at this. And by this, I mean the guidelines. We have a motion on listing. We need to adopt guidelines, survival guidelines. We have consensus of the commission on subsection 5, which is the question about pollutants. We have an initial discussion on 4, which is about hatchery and native fish policy. And we have no consensus yet on buffers. So I would like to, if I could, go back quickly, Commissioner Labhart, to your item on section 4, which was the 2 policies, and if you will restate it with what you were saying.
Well, it was just to add that I don't have it right here in front of me. I just turned my computer off, darn it. So it was to add in the addition of, and to assume that the fish, our native fish policy and our hatchery policy, when I talked to John, it's assumed that we're going to follow those policies. So, and I just wanted to put it in the record that we were going to follow those policies. But I also believe that it's a given that we have those policies. So I can go either way. And if it makes it clear for the public, I'll withdraw what I was proposing. And we just assume, because I've got it on the record now, that we're going to follow our native fish policy and we're going to follow our hatchery policy in implementing this process. So I'm willing to drop the idea and just go with what's in the current iterations. If that helps the others.
And do others have comments on that one? And I do have one comment I'd like to make on it. This issue of hatchery production in order to try to increase the food supply for the orcas it's probably the top of the 3. We are probably not going to change things today and address it today. But before we act, and this doesn't have to be a motion, but before we act, I will ask for a discussion by the commission of what that means. What does it actually mean to increase hatchery production in terms of looking at the native fish policy and the hatchery management policy? But that is, I just need to hear that from people, and I think we need to have that discussion so that we know what it actually means in terms of especially protecting the remaining wild fish in the Columbia River. So I am withdrawing my change to section 4, and for what it's worth, which is not much, and saying I want that discussion in this commission, and we aren't going to have it today about what that means. But we do have, on the upside, we have consensus on changing 5. Is there any further discussion on changing number 7, which is the buffer question?
Where did we leave it? What are we changing it to or not?
The question was whether we add a buffer of 400 feet or 500 feet or 1,000, yards. And the more important question is how it would actually play out. And I think what we have heard is that it would play out, if we add that, it will play out in state agencies who are taking actions that affect boats, vessels, would need to factor in orcas. It would be very, very limited instances. And so we can change it, we can put that in, and it would be very limited, or we can leave it at educate boaters. Do you have a sense of that one, which is section 7, subsection 7? We would be adding a buffer in those relatively rare instances when state agencies are taking actions that would give permits to people to do work in the water, and when they would be near orcas, potentially near orcas. Is that a fair description?
Yes, you're talking about 143, so those are.
Yes. So we would add a line between line 143 and 144, if we decided to change it, that would say that the state agencies that would take action that had any impact on boats, which would be when they were working in our waters primarily, that their permits and their requirements would include taking orcas into account. Yes, no, thoughts?
I guess my thought is if we could have an actual example, maybe Annika, of like where that would actually, because I think there's a sense that this would affect, all boats that are rolling around out around the mouth of Columbia. And if we change that, in no way is that actually what will be happening. So what is an example of what would be happening? Because the explanation I've been given is that it would just be extremely narrow. So do you have an example of what that would
Let
look
me
like?
address the question in two places. So
Okay,
the edit that Chair Wall has explained is in a sentence that has state agencies shall reduce by taking the following actions when actions are proposed on state lands. So the answer would be yes. If there's a state agency proposing an action on state lands where the orcas are or its habitat are present, then yes, they will be required to follow that in absence of an endangered species management plan. And when developing their endangered species management plan, they will be required to kind of implement that buffer.
so an example of that in the ocean from a state agency that we know of would be what? The OSU research vessel,
State police.
the state police can't go, what?
And so state police aren't, so in your current rules are a list of agencies that are the state land owning and managing agencies. And there's also a list of non-state land owning or managing agencies. So in one of those, ODFW is a state land owning and managing agency. To the extent that they are taking actions that fall under this, they will have to consider whether they have the authority to impose that buffer to the extent they are permitting private activities in those areas. So that's how it would become applicable to ODFW trying to determine how to comply with your survival guidelines until they create an endangered species management plan that's consistent with your guidelines.
It's extremely limited.
Is there a proposal? Commissioner Spellbrink, do you have your card up?
It just seems to me like we'd be complicating things without really having much effect. So I guess my suggestion would be we kind of don't go there. Use maybe the guidelines that are already in the staff presentation.
Then I think we're ready for a motion.
This one. Just,
Oh, sorry.
that's right, Cheryl. Thank you, Cheryl. I would agree. I just want to echo that. So much of what we heard and so much of what we're talking about, like so much of it applies to federal endangered species, and we're talking about a state Endangered Species Act. And I think that makes what we do much more limited, sadly. And I agree. I think we could overly complicate it. It would be very narrow and have very little effect because of the limitations that we're under. And our jurisdiction, from what I'm understanding, from what everyone's deliberating about, from what our legal counsel has said to us. So
I don't see the gain. Like I understand if we were doing this in a different setting, or if we had different authority, but we don't have it in this instance, unless I'm just misunderstanding everything that I'm hearing.
Okay, I'm going to make an attempt to make a motion. And I'm going to need a little bit of help, but I think what we're doing is I move to adopt the survival guidelines for the species as proposed by staff in attachment 3 for the southern resident orcas. Is that a way to put it? Keep going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Except-
And then
Except.
we have one, did we end up with one?
Yes.
Line 119.
With 119, and I don't have it.
So for clarification, the record, you're saying except with respect to lines 119.
Except for respect to line 119, where we change can to shall.
There's a second.
Second.
Sorry.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt survival guidelines for the species as proposed by staff in attachment 3, except with respect to line 119, which changes from agencies can to agencies shall. Those in favor, could we have a voice vote?
King,
Yes.
Spellbringer,
Yes.
Khalil. Not sure if we got her back.
No, she's not back.
No. Labhart,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. I think we're adjourned. Thank you. Thank you for those of you who stayed and testified and worked on this one for a long time.
Yeah.
Yay.